Amit and Vineet. Uh, I will just maybe kind of give a quick minute to the panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll kick off on this really exciting session. And I'll make some observations as we start off from there. I mean, just a quick intro from you, and then Vineet, and hopefully Prashant and Harsha will be in by then.
Thank you, Prasun. Good afternoon. I am responsible for L'Oreal's business in India and South Asia. And before that, I've spent 3 decades in various sectors like paints, setting up media here in India with Viacom, and before that, a long stint setting up Coca-Cola in India and South Asia. So pretty much been in the FMCG space, and I'm delighted to talk to our associates here at Massmerize.
Thank you. Vineet, quick one from you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Prasun, for hosting this, and thanks to Fiki. Myself, Vineet, I head Bestseller India. Obviously, relatively, people don't know about Bestseller, but we have some fashion brands like Jack and Jones, Veramoda, Only, and Selected Home in India. I've been a retailer all my life, started from food to telecom and to apparel now, and I look forward for the session today.
Thank you, Vineet. Thanks, Amit. Maybe as we just allow for Prashant, Prashant is the CEO of 1MG, which is a retail organization in pharma. It's a pharma retail company. And then we've got, Harsha, who's the CEO of Swiggy. So while they come in, just a quick couple of observations. First, the topic, as you know, it says, how do you see the current changes in consumer behavior sustained and impacting the future of innovation? That's what the topic is. And before I elaborate on the topic and let the eminent speaker speak, I want to make 2 observations. You've got a very diverse set of CEOs on this panel today, from FMCG to pharma, retail, to last mile delivery, supply chain, to fashion and clothing and garments, right? And again, retail. So different modes of industry positioning is different verticals that we represent here, and also I must say, all industries which have been affected by the 2020 game in very different ways. Pharma has been on one side of the picture. The delivery, last mile delivery chain has been up and down, but really on one side of the picture. But if you look at some of the other touch and feel industries, like let's say retail and clothing, garments, fashion, etc., that's been on the other side. So we've got a very, very diverse set also of industry exposures on this panel who have seen the impact of COVID in extremely stark ways, and maybe in sometimes a bit of a tailwind manner as well. And that will be really interesting for the audience to hear from. So let me just quickly break up the topic, and as we break up the topic, I want to call out that given what I just now said, that these different companies have been impacted to different degrees, there's a global framework that Nielsen came up with around 5-6 months back through a multi-country work as COVID set in, which we call the rebound, reboot, reinvent framework. And essentially, there are more classifications, but to keep it simple, if you look at it, the first one, which is rebound, is really about a quick V-shaped, going down and then recovering sharply from that. So you go down and come up, and that's a rebound. And some of the sectors, verticals have obviously faced the initial stark backlash of COVID, but then come up very quickly as well. Then there's the reboot, which is really a slower, uneven, unpredictable recovery coming out of it and thinking of the newer horizon in a bit of a longer term manner. So like an extended you can almost think about it. So that's the rebound phase. And then the third phase is really the reinvent phase, where some industries, some use cases, product needs have completely gone through a tectonic shift. Consumers have dropped certain things completely. So those industries, those companies have had to totally reinvent themselves to survive, stay in the game, and hopefully do well. So you've got these 3 grades, which I would encourage the audience to think about, and for the panelists to also refer to: rebound, reboot, and reinvent, Nielsen's framework of recovery post-COVID. And it's very, very kind of useful to try to see, even within your business, some parts of it could be in the rebound phase and some could be in the reinvent phase. So that's one interesting point to keep in mind for the audience. And then let's just come back to the topic. So one part of it is consumer behavior, changes in consumer behavior, what will sustain, what will not sustain, what are the changes we're seeing, changes around consumers' mind spaces thinking differently, changes around buying patterns changing, stocking patterns changing, how media is consumed, that's changing, how content is consumed, that's perhaps changing. In terms of channels of transaction and purchasing, that's obviously going through a lot of change. So all of these things are happening on the consumer side. And before I get into the innovation and the supply side, just on the demand side, let me spend a few minutes, starting with Amit. So Amit, I would just open up the floor for you to speak a little bit. We can call it a bit of a header keynote from you, perhaps a bit more centered around the consumer and the consumer behavior, because L'Oreal represents one of the best cases of how it has read the consumer's mind and delivered to it for many decades now. So Amit, over to you for the opening. You're on mute, Amit. Amit, you want to unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. Good afternoon again, everyone. And thank you, Prasoon, for really setting this up. The amount of change which has happened over the last 6 months has been tectonic. And what do you expect when you lock up 100 crore people at home? Obviously, things are going to change, and all aspects of consumer behavior have got impacted on this. But I like the framework which you just talked about: rebound, reboot, reinvent. Let me see if I can use that. Yeah. First picking up the rebound piece of it, I think initially during the lockdown period, late March, April, May, what we saw was consumers literally trading down on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. All of us have been through the basic needs for food, safety, security. And that is what we saw as consumers made their choices across various categories. And, a lot of us are now seeing quarterly results of listed companies coming in. And you can see, for example, the food sector has boomed. So packaged food, you name the company, they're having never before results amid these COVID times. And then, of course, the inevitable truth about health and hygiene. Everybody knows it, so let me not belabor this. But there's been a massive rebound in certain categories which are associated with the very basic needs of human beings, if you like. Yeah. At the same time, you can definitely see that consumers have moved away from certain discretionary categories. And I can tell you that some of the categories which we operate in, so L'Oreal, our big piece is around skincare, hair color, and makeup. Now, makeup, how many people apply makeup behind a mask? So obviously, there has been some reprioritization of what is happening to discretionary categories over there. So all in all, we've seen this huge bonanza of disinfectant, hand sanitizers. I think last count, in the last 6 months, our innovation team tells me there's been 815 introductions of sanitizer brands in the market. It's incredible, the speed of change in innovation, and I'm sure that's a good setup to talk about what's going to happen later. The other big trend, and if we can pick it up under the reinvent piece, which you talked about, Prasoon, is embracing digital across entertainment services, health, education, medicine, physical fitness, of course, delivery. So I'm sure my colleagues over here, Prashant and Sriharsha, will do much better justice to that topic. But speaking for consumer categories, online shopping, new e-commerce significantly has boomed. So electronics is growing somewhere between 20-25%. OTC pharma, this data is 2 months old, and I'm sure Prashant has an update, was growing at 26%. The beauty categories which we operate in during the lockdown period started growing at 18 to 20 as per Kantar. And as per, Prasoon, your company, Nielsen tells us there have been 33% new consumers in e-commerce in the period 1st April to 31st May. 2 months, 33% new consumer. You're talking about crores of people who are getting onto online. Suddenly, our parents who were not so tech savvy, thanks to the Zoom call, now are happily getting onto their phones and doing all kind of fancy stuff online. So this is, of course, then mediated into all kind of aspects of our life. E-education, I can't talk more about it. All of us, I'm sure, have got kids or have seen children now doing classes online. This is huge. Fitness online, telemedicine. I've been nursing a shoulder problem. I never had to go to a doctor or a hospital. Everything happened online with the exception of a MRI. So it's incredible the rate of change which is happening there. The other aspect, Prasoon, you already talked about it, but digital media has obviously boomed. It's and the, in all aspects. This is online e-commerce platform as well as OTT, which is seeing an increase of more than 20-25% in terms of viewership and penetration. This, of course, if you look at all these behaviors around shopping, entertainment, education, all this translates into a boom on digital payments. So we are given to understand that over the last 6 months, there have been 42% more Indians who are using digital payments. Now, this pandemic has done more than demonetization could have ever done, if you think about the rate of change which is coming in. Then, of course, digital has become a medium for research for consumers. So, consumers going online, our friends at Google tell us that the quantum of search for some of the categories which I've alluded to have gone up several fold. And not just normal search, but search on voice and vernacular. These are two very, very big trends. And I can see Prasoon nodding, saying, yeah, we're picking that up as well, which leads you to a massive usage of virtual reality and augmented reality tools for decision making. And later on, if there is time, I can share some specific examples from the world of L'Oreal. And finally, I'd like to touch upon the emergence of the online and offline model. So there have been all kind of changes, and this will, fall into, the reboot category, if you like, Prasoon, which is how a lot of companies have reinvented the go-to-market. So to give you a real-life example, at L'Oreal, we have the consumer business, which are the bigger brands like L'Oreal and Garnier, and then we've got our salon business, the professional business. And no prizes. Salons were shut down for 5 months. And even now, consumers are coming in very haltingly. But they want their favorite fix of L'Oreal Professional for the hair color, for the hair, or Kerastase, as the case might be. So what happened? And this happened almost organically. Our salon partners came to us with this problem. Over the 6-month period, we landed up training 70,000 hairdressers in the area of conversational commerce. Yeah. So this is a term which we have read about. Now we are seeing it at work, which is social commerce. So hairdressers and beauticians talking to their consumers over social media, advising them of their needs and how they can procure them, and then tying up through the social media with hyperlocal delivery formats like Swiggy. And I'm sure Sri Harsha will give us great examples on this for actually reaching these products to consumers. So, the diversification which is happening on the go-to market and the reboot of the offline-online format, all of this was sitting in the textbook so far as India is concerned, but now we see this huge change. And finally, I think in summary, the one more thing which I'd like to call out among the many other examples is the reboot of do-it-yourself. So one can see that there's huge, for example, consciousness of healthy eating. So when I go to the market these days talking to our retail partners, they say there's a run out on baking products, for example. Yeah. So everybody is watching MasterChef or whatever chef, and they're going in for healthy eating. So, an interesting aside is I was talking to some doctors who said that gastric complaints from India have plummeted sharply over the last few months, and their business is down because people are eating at home and they're experimenting with healthy eating. So there are all kinds of collateral benefits which are happening there. In the world of beauty, of course, people want to color their hair masks, all kinds of regimens which people didn't have the time to do. Now they have the time to indulge themselves with all these things. So we are seeing a lot of change in those areas. And finally, the underpinning of all this, I would like to think, is that there is more attention towards sustainability. So, earlier in the lockdown, sometime in May, we saw these beautiful photographs of the Himalayas, which could be seen from Jalandhar and Saharanpur. Initially, I wanted to know whether they were fakes. And my colleagues who sit in the north part of the country, they'll be able to tell us whether that was real or not. But suddenly, consumers have woken up to the fact that how badly we've been damaging our environment. And we are seeing early signs of sustainability being a key discriminator for shopper behavior as we look around. And that's a really welcome change. So, you know what, I can go on and on, but in the deference of time, and, we've got such an eminent panel of speakers here, I'll, give the floor back to Prasoon to take this forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit. That's a really, really good opening. You've covered a very diverse range of topics around consumer behavior and response to it, and really set the stage for it. We just had Sriharsha and Prashant join just about as we started. So can I just take a quick, 30-second each break and have both of you introduce yourselves first, and then we'll continue. Sriharsha, just a quick introduction from you. And then
hey, hi, Prasoon. Hi, thank you for having me over. Hi, everyone. I'm Sriharsha. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Swiggy. Happy to be here, and we've had an interesting year, and here to talk about how we've adjusted, what we're seeing on the consumer side.
Very good. Hi, Prashant.
Hi, good afternoon. So Prashant Tandon, co-founder and CEO of 1MG. Happy to be here and look forward to the conversation.
So since, I think, Amit, you kind of referred to Swiggy a few times, why don't we, move to Sriharsha and, have a few thoughts from you on what are you seeing in terms of a little bit more centered around consumer behavior? What changes or shifts are you seeing, and which ones you think are permanent, which ones are transient, will go back to an hybrid old normal, etc. Just give us your perspective on that for a couple of minutes.
Sure. Hey, Prasoon. Yeah, absolutely. So as I'd hinted, I think this year began with a pretty big bang for us at the, we started seeing some kind of consumer concern starting to show up in the last week of February, and with the March, and then the situation heightening and us going into lockdown. Then the business came down to an absolute halt because we weren't even allowed to operate in most of the cities that we were already in, and we would have been like between 10 to 20% of volumes at some point. And I guess it wasn't clear when we were going to come back because of multiple reasons. One, the government lockdown situations. Two, we weren't sure how many restaurants were going to be able to come back on their own without the dine out category operating. So because that's also important for them to do delivery. And the third thing was also consumers building an understanding around what is safe, what is not safe, how can I do this particular activity safely. And all of that meant that we had a good 2-3 months of absolute uncertainty. And even after 2-3 months, we came down to like 25%, 30% without a recovery in our volumes, with no kind of clear date on when things were going to come back. In my head, I was prepared to have the recovery happen by maybe September next year, even given how little was known and how much the restaurant industry seemed like it was affected. But I'm happy to report that the recovery has been faster than my own personal expectations, and in line with some of my team's expectations. We're now operating at close to 85% in recovery, and we expect to make a full recovery by December. And some of the trends that we are seeing on the consumer side, right? Like Swiggy is also a company dependent on migrant folks who are moving to the big cities and need convenience. Effectively, we think of ourselves as a convenience company that happened to be in the first business of food delivery. And turns out that even when we did the checks last, close to 40% of the consumers in some of our big cities haven't actually been opening their app from the core city, but in a different city that is their hometown. So for us, we see a lot of migration and people going back and probably coming back at some point next year. But despite that, we're actually seeing a good surge in the volumes with increasing confidence, and the IPL also has been helpful that way, because it's, you know, giving people another occasion to have a source of entertainment at their home. Like in a time when entertainment is hard to get, there are only one two varieties. I think food delivery has positioned itself as a source of additional entertainment for consumers, and we're seeing that reflect in people ordering together in groups, people getting together as a family and ordering. There is a big shift in, let's say, like preferences of consumers in terms of the restaurants that they would have ordered. People would have been very experimentative in the past, but right now we see like a big shift to the known brands, reputed brands, and ordering more for groups. And it's a bigger occasion than it was in the past. It would have been we would have been used in equal parts or thereabouts for even functional use cases, but we're now taking on like an increased entertainment source. And as we complete the recovery this year, I think when offices come back, then we're expecting the additional surge to come from people also using it a lot more functionally when they get to offices. And I think those are, I guess, the high level changes in food delivery. I think one of the things that the situation has changed for us is we were already starting to make small strides in expanding the coverage of services that we gave for consumers beyond food delivery. But thanks to I think the situation, we had to kind of suddenly immediately organize ourselves to expand our foray into other convenience-based offerings really, really quickly. So we scaled our concierge service called Swiggy Genie, where we allowed consumers to move things anywhere inside the city very, very quickly. It was, in consumers' words, a lifesaver because they were otherwise immobile, but were able to kind of get things done because of the service. Then, in addition, we'd also um, brought up a lot of the grocery stores and fruits and vegetable stores and meat stores across hundreds of cities online in rapid time. And some of them are still actually in the process of stabilizing, because there was just no sources of getting some of these at the time, and we just had to come in a hurry and offer something to the consumer for them to be able to get stuff done. So I guess many things. It's been a roller coaster that way to just see consumer behavior. What are we now going to expect in food delivery? But for us, it has accelerated our path into offering convenience for urban consumers. So lots of things.
Thank you, Sri Harsha. Vineet, I mean, you represent an industry which is a lot of a touch and feel and try and buy kind of an industry, which for all of those reasons would have faced a very, very stark reality this year, right? And would have created new consumer behaviors, I'm sure. So what is, from your lens, the changes in consumer behavior? How have the consumers partaken this? And then maybe a little later we'll talk about what you folks have tried to do to mitigate the situation.
Yeah. So I think, as Amit also said, we are on the discretionary side of purchase, and I think a lot of our purchase is driven through occasions, socializing, workwear, and stuff. And I think so the lockdown imposed a big threat to that, because people are not going out. There's not enough still socializing happening, and also the biggest challenge was the consumers were not ready to come to retail. Brick and mortar is where people were not very confident. A large part of the business had to be suddenly moved online. We were very strong online, but we had to actually ramp that infrastructure very, very fast. I think the biggest trend we have seen currently from a consumer behavior is that people are still not confident venturing onto brick and mortar. So there is need based. So there are people who come, but the time spent in the store has reduced. What we also see is consumers are only wanting to go to known brands where they feel the confidence is going to be there. High street gained huge momentum initially because they knew they could go to a destination store, shop, and get out. Unlike a shopping mall, which obviously also opened late. But I think now, as the markets are opening up, we are seeing this trends going back to shopping malls because they are much more controlled environment. The other thing which we've seen is earlier there was a lot of window shopping happening, and that used to convert into consumers' instant behavior of buying. That's pretty much reduced a lot because only clear intent consumers are coming in. So if our stores would see 100 footfall on a day pre-COVID, today they see about 40 footfall. So about 60% of window shoppers have suddenly moved out. But the value has increased. The consumers' consumption has increased because now they feel that now that they've ventured out and taken the risk of coming out to, they better buy more. So I think also time spent by our employees in the store is improved. So those communications have improved much more. The other trend we've seen is a lot of home shopping happening, which is something which I think conveniently the industry forgot was catalog shopping. I think they at one point of time there used to be only catalog shopping in this world. I think that's suddenly come back across. A lot of consumers, I think, and I gave that example to you when we spoke in the day, is we all thought the kiranas were out of business because the big guys had taken over, and suddenly they were the most relevant people during lockdown, and they did it digitally. They did not invest into fancy system. They only use WhatsApp. So I think WhatsApp has been a big savior. I think a lot of our shopping now happens through WhatsApp video calls, where people call our stores. I think Amit also mentioned how they had to train 70,000 people to do social commerce, and our social commerce started on WhatsApp. It was as simple as that. Obviously now there are chatbots and everything you get into invest into. But I think a lot of trend change we are seeing on consumers where they're very happy having a conversation on a video call and shopping, and then hyper local delivery. And I think Siharsha also mentioned how they have ventured. And so I think we've all spoken for 5-6 years about omni, and I think especially in our industry, omni was the big buzzword, but there was no real omni actually. Suddenly, I think the COVID put pressure on all of us, and the consumers also adapted very, very fast. So our business is very much of touch, feel, trial, and then getting into the shopping. And I think that changed. A lot of consumers are ready, and also we had to change a lot of policies, processes, where we were very happy to send products to customers' houses, and we were ready for free exchanges, free trials. And so I think those are few shifts which are temporary. As the market has opened, I think we are seeing consumers wanting to come back, because in India, shopping is experiential. We don't do it as a transaction. We do it as an experience because we want to go through that entire momentum of exploring the product, trying it, and then buying it. And I think we're seeing that coming back. And I think a large part of this is transitionary. Though I think the biggest shift which will happen is that online will become a large piece of our business, and maybe digital first is now going to be the main thing. One more thing which might not be a consumer trend, but I think was a big changeover that we had to do, is to retrain our people, right? We were all used to doing so much physically, meeting each other, especially in our product categories where the product has to be felt before buying. We had to change that. And I think today we work with our supply chain, and I think you will have a question on supply chain manufacturing later, is a big transition that we have looked at it. So I think that also is a big trend change that we are seeing. How can we make the entire value chain more digital? And I think all of us are ranking our brains on how to become digitally faster. And I think this, obviously what COVID has done, I think no other business strategy has ever changed to become much more digital in our lives. So I think these are few things which we are seeing a lot more. And I think as the occasions come back, we're seeing through Pujo shopping in East, and I think now with Diwali, I think as the occasions are coming back, consumers also coming back to retail. And we see about 80-85% of our business in our retail stores back, and a large percent gain in online. So overall, I think the next few months look to be better. But I think as Harsha said, December is where we see full recovery.
Yeah, thanks, Vineet. I'm in Calcutta last few days, and I don't see the people shopping, the Pujo shopping in stores in Calcutta.
In Calcutta, they say there is no COVID.
So, Prashant, I'm deliberately going this kind of a plus minus. So some industries which have been quite badly, and some industries have a tailwind. So coming to you, Prashant, you present the pharma industry for us. Tell us your experience and your uptake on how this has played out in the wake of the 2020.
I think for our sector, COVID is a huge structural boost, and things that otherwise would have taken next 3, 4, 5 years to happened over 3, 4, 5 weeks of the lockdown. So really a sector that was kind of on the periphery moved mainstream, and moved mainstream very, very fast. And I think a bunch of things, because healthcare also, it moves at a glacial speed because of a lot of different stakeholders, a lot of different sensitivities involved. And what the pandemic has done is actually forced people, when they ran out of options, to actually adopt the more innovative ones. So, and it's a change. It actually requires a change in many mindsets, and behavioral change, mindset change is actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when one of the key stakeholders happens to be the regulator or the government. And in our industry, the stakeholders that we have, of course, the consumer, but also the influencer, the doctor, the hospital, there's the insurance company, the pharma company, and then there is the government or the regulator. All of these need to, they slowly, steadily evolve, and that's been the process so far. COVID just made them all move at the pace we like. So what really happened? The first draft for telemedicine in India came in 2001. And on I think 22nd of March, when the Prime Minister announced the lockdown, he mentioned that please do not put pressure on the hospitals, just call your doctors and do telemedicine. 3 days after that, the telemedicine guidelines became live. So something that hadn't happened for 20 years really moved at a very, very good pace. And it's not that work hadn't happened. It is just that there was the guidelines did not get created in 3 days. Of course, there had been work happening for many, many years, but the push to get them out really happened with this. Secondly, similarly for the e-pharmacy part, for the longest time, we had been working with the government, requesting issuance of notification, this, that. But when COVID came, and MHA came up with the list of essential services that were permitted during this lockdown, e-pharmacy was one of those essential services. So from being not sure whether allowed or not, we kind of moved directly into one of the essential services of the nation. And so these are very, very big changes. And another thing that that enabled this part is patients were scared to go to any place, and that was the behavioral change. Any place that could be a potential center of infection, and that in healthcare facilities happen to be very high on that list. So if you have a regular diabetes, hypertension kind of a thing, you don't want to go into a hospital or a clinic where you might, or a diagnostic lab or a pharmacy where other patients might be there. So the consumer behavioral change was very, very clear, that they were afraid to go in a physical setup. And same for doctors. Doctors also felt that it was very unsafe for them to interact with any number of consumers. They don't know who could be infected and bring infection to them. And that's when all of them realized that this digital mode of communication, telemedicine, e-diagnostics, e-pharmacy, is just safer. It's just more convenient, and it works. So that mental block that a lot of people had, that this is a convenience play or just at the periphery, that moved mainstream. And that was, I think, the one big significant change we saw in the adoption of healthcare. And I think from that perspective, once the consumers have tried it out and the big behavioral hump is crossed, most doctors, most hospitals, most patients have figured out that the future is omni-channel. Engage in person when you need to, engage digitally when you can. So, and it works. People had been in touch with their pediatricians over WhatsApp and a lot of such stuff. Now it is getting institutionalized. It's being offered in more sophisticated platforms. And that's something I think, at least from our industry perspective, while there were challenges of logistics and interstate movements and all of that, net, what COVID did was pretty much what probably nothing else could have done for this sector to grow. And on the tails of this came the National Digital Health Mission, which was announced by the Prime Minister on 15th August. And we are moving to one health ID for everyone and things like that. So India is suddenly leapfrogging into the next generation of healthcare, digital-led healthcare. And all of this, I would say, got fast-tracked in some way, shape, or form, because this just became the best way to provide healthcare for in this kind of an environment. So I think we are in a structural shift. We are a structurally positive shift for this industry, and the consumer and doctor mindsets are shaped in the right way, and the future is clearly seamless omni-channel.
That's a really fascinating play of the consumer and the healthcare system, Prashant. Amit, just in the interest of time, if I were to look at the other topic, which is innovation, and like I've briefed all of us, that here I'm thinking about innovation not in a classical way, but innovation on anything. It could be product pricing, communication, content, packaging, channels of delivery, the how consumers interact with your product, anything. So if you were to think about innovation in this broader framework, if you could give us one example, Amit, from what has worked for you in the last, several months, which you would call it as an innovation success story in your business model. Amit, you're on mute.
Okay, sure. So, as consumers have been loath to go out and put themselves at risk, obviously the challenge for a lot of consumer companies has been how to replicate the same consumer experience. Vineet talked about experiential shopping behavior of Indians. Now, how do you replicate it online? So people have talked about O plus O. There's a interesting term which has been coined recently, and which is phygital, where you get where physical meets digital. And I would pick up phygital and personalization as two very interesting innovations which I'm seeing in the marketplace. And we at L'Oreal, for example, we have an application called Modiface. It's an augmented reality application which offers virtual try-ons for makeup, hair color, and one-on-one beauty consultations. Now, we thought this belonged to, 10 years from now, but thanks to what's happened over here, this whole try and test capability of Modiface has helped consumers virtually discover and experience products online in the very, very personal space. So there's an algorithm which detects your eyes, your cheek, your hair, the texture, the color, and then it applies virtual products, cosmetics, colors, as the case might be, to give users a touch and feel and try and give them this experience. So that's the kind of phygital aspect of it. The other example is now, most of our new packaging is going out with products which have got QR codes, which are mapped onto the packaging, which allows a consumer to scan the QR code and virtually try on that product. So which has, helped us do away with physical testers, which obviously is bad news from a health perspective. And the other aspect which I'd pick up is personalization. So now we've got applications online. So, on the L'Oreal Paris websites, very soon you'll be seeing a product called Skin Genius, which will analyze the skin, the issues, give a personalized recommendation of the regimen to be followed and to resolve the issues of consumers as they relate to them online. It's really interesting in terms of the consumer experience. It's now getting embedded on all touch points. Whether it's in the store, it's the phygital variation. If it's online, is the personalized variation on all e-commerce platforms, on the websites. Consumers are getting far more comfortable with using this very, very personalized experience of trying on products, getting a touch and feel, and making up their minds online, which will, of course, drive massive migration of consumers towards digital and e-commerce.
Yep, thanks a lot. Sriharsha, in the interest of time, tell us, I know you folks were moving in a certain direction. You have accelerated things a lot, and 5 years becoming 5 months, like Prashant said, etc. But is there anything you thought doing differently as these last 7-8 months hit us, which wasn't as much of the game plan, was on the back burner, that you really brought to the front burner, and it is giving you great results? And I'm calling it an innovation success story as a result of that.
Hi, Prasoon. So for us, most of the innovation has been scaling some of the innovation, one would say, even much earlier than we expected. And the results of this diversification in parts, because it's super challenging, because we had to take something that was getting built and then scale it like it's a uh, before even we were ready. So there's a lot of learnings that we have because of doing these things at scale that will help us fine tune what we want to offer for the consumers. But we've had tremendous success with some of these new initiatives that we talked about. With Genie, we're seeing people actually use the service to, actually help us discover new use cases that can be solved for consumers differently. And that would maybe be the biggest one for the year, where we're actually seeing very, very unprecedented levels of consumer interest in using services like these without having to step out. So that would be the big success story.
Okay, perfect. And Vineet, what is the one big success story which you could call it an innovation success in your business?
So
Tell us.
I like to answer it in a different way. I think as fashion companies, we always focus on the product side of it, and we call us great product companies because that's our job every day. But I think we have to innovate to become a technology plus product company, because everything now is a tech solution, because the consumers want technology, they want it available all the time. So I think our biggest innovation is how do we turn around the entire organization to become tech savvy, and to think technology first or digital first. And the other part is how do we bring this technology or digital initiative to our brick and mortar stores. As we speak, all our stores, we are installing much more technology from a Indian scientist that has started this something called Corona Guard, just to give consumers confidence that it's one of the safe environments to come in. We have UVC wardrobes in our stores where we sanitize garments. So this was something which we never thought. It's suddenly that the need has arisen, and then we have to reinvent our organization or the store concepts. Like, I think a big shift which will happen from our side is maybe the sizes of the stores will have to be increased, because you will want X amount of throughput in the store. So that's also is a kind of innovation, because now you have to reinvent the entire thought process around the stores. And I think the other part is how do you convert people mindset in your organization to think digital first. And I think we've used the last few months in making people think about digital. And I think there are so many solutions. And I think try and buy is one of the very one. Digital try and buy, I think that's something which has come to us. We've done it on our websites. Now we have it in our stores. There are digital avatars you can create of yourself, because a lot of consumers are not very happy uploading their own pictures, own videos. So I think everything now needs to be thought from digital. And I think that's the biggest innovation, will I'll say. And I think it will pan out to across the organization. How do you work with suppliers digitally? Because now you can't go to a supplier as often as you are going in, because one, it's not safe. The other, travel is restricted, but the business must go on. So we've found digital solutions of figuring out how to see the product, how to approve the product, size, fit. There's so many complications because our product changes every day, and there's no standardization of a fashion style. There is some, but you can't completely have full standardization. Unlike an FMCG product, where you have to invent once and then you can keep replicating it. So our challenges have pushed us to look at more technology and train our people to think digital. And I think I will say we can't pinpoint in one innovation. The innovation is around what consumers want and how can we give it in the safest environment to the customer and faster.
Thank you. Thank you. Prashant, just end us on a high note. We've got just a minute to go on one, if you can call it an innovation or a success story, but one thing that really stands out, which has given you a tailwind and even bigger tail to succeed in the future.
I think a bunch of work we were doing since everything got boosted. The work we were doing around data sciences and AI, in especially with respect to doctor consultations and the triaging work. So initially, it's a bot that that helps triage a patient and guide them to the right direction. When the scale grows, you kind of start seeing the impact. So the productivity per doctor is clearly up by, I think, more than 50% now for us. So the same doctors are able to do a lot more because they are technology assisted. This was always going to happen, but I think once this thing happened, the scale just showed us the magic happen a little sooner. So things like that, I would say, are pretty interesting. Data will change the way healthcare works.
Thank you, Prashant. We are just about out of time, and it's a very, very good ending point. Data. We hadn't touched upon data too much, and the way data is reinventing our lives is a very important point. And thanks for bringing it up. Lots of really, really kind of great points came up in terms of O2O, in terms of personalization, digital first, maybe digital only, phygital, money becoming a new thing. I heard pantry loading in a non-FMCG world today, which was really, really interesting to hear. I didn't hear too much of a lipstick effect, Amit, but between the big tailwind some of your industries have faced, Prashant, Sriharsha, and the lipstick effects, I hope all of your companies and our industries thrive in the future. Thank you so much. Very diverse panel, very diverse views. Some industries hit quite starkly, some benefiting, and as a result, great content to absorb for the audience. So big thanks to you for joining today. Thanks from Fiki, thanks from myself.
Have a good
Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. We are live.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the next session of the day, that is People, the evolution of how people work. Is work from home here to stay, or is this a passing trend? We have eminent speakers on the panel today to be moderated by Ms. Anuradha Razan, Executive Director HR and Vice President HR, Unilever South Asia. To take the session forward, we hand over to the moderator, Ms. Anuradha. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
You're on mute, Anuradha.
Anuradha, you're on mute.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome to this third day afternoon session of Massmerize 2020. Massmerize has become quite the property in the last few years and is seen as a forum where people can join and really engage with eminent speakers from the industry to talk about how we can take things forward. 2020 is probably the most exceptional year that we would have seen in our careers, at least most of us. And quite rightly, the theme for Massmerize 2020 is Reboot, where the sessions in preceding days have covered how we will look at business differently, what it will mean for shoppers and consumer experiences, for channels, and how operating models will have to fundamentally be rewired. I was delighted when in a conference that focused on business and industry shifts, I was asked to moderate a session on people and culture, because I think that if there are two trends or two aspects that have been absolutely leapfrogged as a result of the pandemic, it is the evolution of technology and digitization and the leapfrog that we are going to have to make on the aspect of culture. So delighted to have with me a very, very exciting panel of some very respected industry leaders. And today we are going to talk about people, culture, and leadership in the new normal. So let me introduce our panel. I'll start with Sanjay Sharma, who is no stranger to many of you. He's CEO of MTR Foods. Rajesh Jain, who's MD and CEO of Lacoste. And Srinivas, who heads HR for Procter & Gamble in India. So over the next 45 minutes or so, the panel and I will share our perspective on how we see the future of work evolving, how each of them is preparing their businesses and people to thrive in the new normal, and their reflections on leadership in this context. As you listen to this, if you have any questions, please put them on the Q&A bar at the bottom of your screen, and we'd love to have an engagement and interaction with you. If it's not questions, even if it's reactions to what you hear the speakers say, we'd love to hear from you. So let's jump into it straight away. And I'm going to start with you, Sanjay. Before we talk about culture and people, I want to ask you, what do you think are some of the big questions for organizations to solve in the coming months and years? And what do you see implications on business and on people?
Let me not make the classic mistake of speaking while I'm muted. Uh, yeah, I think this has been unprecedented times. I think all of us have spoken a lot about what happened in COVID. And what we were thrown in with was largely two big challenges amongst business and people, I think. Amongst business, it was about establishing business continuity. Now, we are a foods business, and we were lucky from a perspective that one of the major priorities for the government was to ensure, food availability. And therefore, we became a priority sector in terms of trying to get the industry started off. And I must say that I'm fortunate to have our company based in Karnataka, because the government out here actually gave us a lot of great help in terms of starting us. So our first key objective was to re-establish business continuity, which means to get our supply chains back up, build them to become resilient, because this is an event of a kind, but we are living in a VUCA world, and these things can happen. So how do you build a resilient supply chain? That became one of the big priorities. Uninterrupted supply to the consumer, that was the second big priority for us. Third was, how do we ensure that we prioritize what we sell amongst our market and our consumers? And then finally, I think how digitally ready your organization was, I think. And we were fortunate again out here, as you know, that we are held by a Norwegian company. And we actually have been one of the reputation of MTR has also been, besides the great products that we sell and market, is the fact that we've been pretty much ahead of the digital curve. So we had already implemented Office 365, Microsoft Teams, and many of these things almost 9 months to a year before this thing happened. So we're pretty familiar with having all these tools, and people were trained in the organization. From a people perspective, I think the big shift happened at the people level. I think from a people perspective, the most important thing that we had to establish in remote working was, how do you ensure that the functional roles continue? How do you ensure that a marketing department which was so used to working in a particular way continued to work effectively in a remote location, or a salesperson who suddenly, as per organization mandate, was not allowed to go to the market? How does he go and sell? So some of these things, I think you have to work with people to build new skills and capabilities and educate them. We even conducted leadership training programs as to how to work in a remote environment. How do you conduct meetings in a remote environment on Microsoft Teams? So what are the etiquettes and what is the process that you should follow in conducting meetings? So there were a whole host of things. And then there was another very big side which started to emerge, not really during the pandemic, but let's say about 2-3 months down the pandemic. I think what started to come up was, from an HR perspective, how do you emotionally and socially manage your people? I mean, there was a lot of emotional baggage that people were carrying. I mean, some people were living alone in this city. How do you manage them? Some people are extroverts who need people ratification all the time. How do you manage them? And there was a whole host of work that we had to do with our people to ensure that while they were working alone, they were living alone in places, they felt secured and they felt that they were part of an organization. Employee engagement activities. How do you create a workplace in a remote location? These are all different kinds of challenges that we faced while going through this pandemic. And I think these are going to be, some of these things are going to be ongoing challenges as we go ahead as well.
Thanks, Sanjay. Rajesh, can we hear from you?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Anuradha. See, if we look at this pandemic, this is an unprecedented event. If we look at the impact on businesses, it can only be traced back to, let's say, the World War II, or even earlier than that, when there was a year of Great Divide, the recession that time. So now the situation is such that the future is very, very unpredictable. You can't start predicting future in the normal circumstances when you make the plans for the future, etc. And hence, the long-term thinking, I think we have to keep it aside for the time being and look at short to medium-term thinking. And when I talk about short to medium-term thinking, the very first thing that comes to mind is the people. And people, when I say, especially in a retail industry, the most important part of the people is your own colleagues, your employees, and the customers. So what we did is that we followed all the government guidelines, regulations, etc., to keep the social distancing, to keep the basic hygiene about the health, etc. And the most very important point here is that not only keep your social hygiene and social responsibility about hygiene and safety, you also need to communicate it to others, including your employees and including your customers. So these became very, very important for us when the lockdown started reopening. During lockdown started reopening, patient is the cost elements. I mean, we all know that, especially in a business like retail, you earn every day so that you can take care of all your expenses, whether it is monthly or half yearly or whatever. So there, the biggest challenge was that how to manage the cost and how to sustain this period. Now, there are three big elements of cost in a retail industry. The first is the cost of goods sold, the inventory that you keep in the store so that you can sell it. The second part is personnel cost, the people's cost. And the third part is your occupation cost, because most of the retail industry in the physical stores, we take leases on rent, and then we have to pay heavy lease charges and common area maintenance charges. So it was very, very difficult to manage all those things. But I think the organizations who can sustain this difficult period, they will actually come out winning when this entire thing gets over, which I believe. I happen to be an optimist in this case. So I believe that once everything is reopened, then it will take about 6 to 9 months for the things to stabilize, and then we will start seeing the growth phase, which we also saw during the earlier two events, which were not maybe to the same magnitude, but we can equate them to some extent, which is recession in 2008-9 and the demonetization period, where in both the cases, the retail industry got pretty hit very hard. So what we did is we fished out our data immediately post these two events to see that how the customers behave once everything stabilizes. Now, armed with this data, we were able to manage our inventory well, because now we know with reasonable certainty, after adjusting for the added element of scare this time, that how the market will pan out in the next 1 year or so. And hence we could get away from that inventory accumulation. And similarly for lease rentals, etc., we discussed and negotiated with the developers and the landlords. Thankfully, most of them have been very, very supportive. We all understand each other's pains. So this is what happened during this period. And I think this was one of the most important question for the retail industry, if I may say that. I think the last but not the least, the most important part during this entire pandemic was relationship building. As Sanjay also said, that you have to communicate with your employees and you have to understand their thought process. But I am going beyond the employees also. In retail industry, it's not only the employees. We have to take care of all these stakeholders, whether they're customers, whether they're developers, whether they're suppliers, whether they're your own colleagues. So relationship building, I would say, became very, very important during this entire period, which will continue to remain for, I think, several months to come.
Thank you. Thanks, Rajesh. Two very different industry perspectives, but a lot of similarity. Closer to home, Srini and I both work in similar industries. But Srini, it would be good to hear Procter & Gamble's experience and your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Anu. And building upon what Sanjay and Rajesh shared, I think we had clearly laid out our principles at the beginning of the pandemic, that we'll always look at employee safety and well-being as the first important parameter and the priority. Second, we ensure that we are able to serve our consumers with our products, as this is the time where they would be needing our products. And finally, taking care of the broader community and our service providers and our partners whom we work closely and we live in the community that we serve. So I would like to focus on two fundamental aspects, which is on empathy and care, right? Which is more looking at all the discussions like what Rajesh mentioned about relationship building. I think we had set up a clear direction that we will drive empathy with all the individuals, which means having the dialogue, having the discussion with all the employees, because every individual employee had a different situation, was looking at this in a very different way. So hence it was important to engage and understand what were they going through. Right. The second part was looking at our primary principle of taking care of individuals, right? And taking care of individuals in two forms. One was empowering them, and second is providing flexibility. No matter whether they're working in our manufacturing units, our sales organization, or our corporate office, we wanted to ensure that we set up the right boundaries for individual employees to perform at peak and give their best by empowering them, so that they could take the calls that they were allowed to, so that that fits them the best. Second part about taking care was flexibility. With the diverse organization we had, we wanted to give them more flexibility on how they want to choose to work. And this was all keeping flex at work, which we had already had before the pandemic, which is work from home. But we more elaborated with whatever the individual chooses, what time they want to work, align with their line managers, or keeping the offices open for those people who really want to thrive coming back to the office, work in an environment with other colleagues at their own choice. So therefore, we felt that it was very, very essential that we look at both empathetic dialogues and taking care of individuals by ensuring we are empowering and creating the flexibility. And then, as you all know, once employees are performing at peak, they have the flexibility, they're empowered, they can do the impossible. So that's how we approach it.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. As I hear you, and it's often been said that people and HR were really at the center of this crisis. And I'm going to ask you, I'm often asked, what is my picture of HR, or what is my brand of how HR should be done? And I say that it's business into HR and HR into business, because to me, I believe that HR should only drive a people agenda that takes the business forward. And everything that HR does must be owned by business leaders. And I think the beauty of one of the really positive outcomes of COVID has been that business leaders have never been as focused on people, well-being, empathy as they are now. And HR leaders have never been closer to the business, because put aside everything which is not essential, we've had to focus on the core issues of business continuity, reskilling, business transformation. So I think in many ways, for me, this has been a great outcome. But I want to shift gears to something a little more personal, and I want to hear from each of you. What do you think are some of your own ideas or paradigms of working that you've tossed out? I'd love to hear an example of something that you've done personally, or something that you've set in place in your organization or seen in the industry. Let me start with Rajesh.
Okay. See, so first, Anuradha, I would just like to differ a bit with what you said, that leaders have never been looking at the people. I think today most of the leaders, they do look at people as their asset, and especially I'm sure Sanjay would agree with me that in food industry and in retail industry, people is all that we have. So whether it is our own employees or customers, both are people, and we love both of them. That they are the greatest assets for any industry. Coming back to your ideas and problems, etc., that how we took out some of our own things. So what we did is we realized that the times are difficult. It's not possible to come out of it so easily. However, we are convinced that whenever these kind of situations arise, you have to go back to the roots. You have to go back to the basics. And that is what we did. We went back to our basics. We took out all our old SOPs, dusted them, and revamped them. And we realized that the most important thing for retail industry during this time is the customer delight. You have to bring the customer back. And to bring the customer back, you have to have very good looking stores, whether online or offline. You have to have great visual merchandising. You have to have great products which keep on refreshing every now and then, because that's something that attracts the customers again to your stores. Again, as online or offline, that doesn't make a difference. These are two different channels of distribution. What we also did is that we started imparting customer service and product training to our store staffs through digital channels, because physical communication was not possible. Physically meeting was not possible. So we started imparting training through digital channels, and that turned out to be a great experience for us also, and for our colleagues at the boutique level also, the store level also. Now, just to add a little story here, I remember the time I had taken over this position in my current company immediately after the recession in 2008, 2009. And we also have a manufacturing unit where we make Lacoste branded apparel garments in India. At that time, our workers were sort of a little rattled, I would say, because the recession was there and people were not happy. They were not experiencing good things. At that time, I had reached out to each and every workman in the factory and interviewed individual workers. That I mean, that made a great connect between me and the worker on individual basis. Now, this time also we realized that people are not happy. They might be thinking about different things because there were several things happening in different industries. People were losing their jobs, and those kind of things were happening. And plus, within the near families, etc., they were having COVID patients within their family or acquaintances. So this time, though it was not possible to reach out physically to each one of them, but because of the social distancing norms, etc. But what we did is that we reached out to each and every colleague in the company through HR and through the different functional heads. Reassured them that what is happening. We explained them that what is happening. These are difficult times, but these are for short period. These are not going to last forever. And we reassured them about the company's support and everything. I think that that actually traveled a lot of miles with us. People, I think, stabilized and they realized that this is only for a shorter period of time. That really helped us. Now, these were the things that we did based on the going back to the roots, going back to the basics. But at the same time, we also need to run the business. So what we did is we have physical doors as well as online presence. So we started focusing, we realized that people have an added element of fear this time. They don't want to step out. So we started focusing more on online channel sales. I'm very happy to say that online channel sales, which used to contribute, say, let's say about 10% of our total sales pre-COVID time. Now in this time, we have got almost about 50% of our sales is coming from online channels. So we took a mix of both the old going back to the roots plus the new channels, and that really helped us pretty much so far.
Great. Srini, anything that you've sort of been surprised by or something that you've changed in your own thinking?
Yeah, I think work from home as such was prevalent in PNG before this, but I think the one which was surprise for me is the virtual onboarding. Right, in the last 8 months, we had hired around close to 140 new hires and close to 100 interns, which is normally the intake that we take. And we were trying to understand how do we do this remotely, and with the PNG being from a day one, you want to give opportunities for employees to start off with their work instead of a long management training program. That was the question in mind. And I'm very happy to share this that we were able to pull that off very effectively. The overall virtual onboarding program, which we call it as Get In, without compromising our 3 C's, which is collaboration, getting the people included into the new hires into the company, the culture, immersing them into the culture, and then finally celebrating as they come into the organization, either the first job or internship for the experience. So we kind of went about using technology as what Rajesh and Sanjeev were mentioning, and it really kind of we pushed the boundaries to see how we can create virtual rooms where the mentorship could happen, which otherwise we thought was only going to happen through your face-to-face interaction, or even getting to know each other, right? So you come in for a onboarding just to see the person and meet the person. So we had this knowing each other sessions very well done, so that people were not feeling that virtually they couldn't know people much, or even our buddy programs where instead of having a coffee with the buddy in the office and trying to learn from the buddy, it meant a structured way of putting an invite so that they could do whatever the Teams call or the WebEx call, so that they are in connect with the buddies. Finally, I think my personal experience has been normally you would walk up to a new hire and say, "Hi, how are you? Welcome to the HR of Procter & Gamble." Now I had to use a personalized video. And with a phone in your hand, I think it's very easy to click a video and send it through the Teams or something. And I think a lot of appreciation came through. due to this pandemic, when I sent videos on the first day of person joining in a plant in India, they liked the fact that I have taken out time to send that video. So that was my big learning and aha, that even with with this pandemic, that was a big learning. So moving forward, what we think we will do is we'll keep some of these best practices of virtual connects of onboarding, which we do once a year for big group and then quarterly for as people join in, but also pick up those important aspects of what could have been done personally, and keep it a right blend like what Rajesh mentioned, and take it forward.
Love it, love it. I think I'm going to steal that personal video practice with pride. Sanjay, what about you?
So, yeah, I think, as you said, what are the old paradigms or ideas that we've thrown out? We've thrown out a lot of them. Okay, I think you can almost say that we picked up a handbook and we threw it out of the window, because I think in the company, what we realize is that we at times tend to over imagine the challenges. Okay, and things are not so complex, and things are far more simple. At one point of time, we were looking at a distributed organization concept, because I think living in urban cities like Bangalore, where travel times are so high, one of the things that we were toying around with was trying to see if we can create a distributed organization, have, like, in a city like Bangalore, have 5 different offices. And now that we are all connected to the internet, we can people can come into those offices, thereby reducing their travel time from home to office, and therefore having more free time to improve quality of working. And then suddenly the pandemic happened. Everyone was at home. There was no traveling, yet the organization worked very well. There was no need to monitor attendance. Suddenly the concept of attendance went out of the window. The concept of efficiency of work went out of the window, because the organization was running well. Things were happening in this organization. People, uh, all our employees have a drive and passion towards the goals of the company. Suddenly a lot of that happened. The biggest surprise for us was workers, factory workers. We were able to conduct safety meetings virtually, with the workers being physically present, but the managers being virtual. We were able to conduct union negotiations virtually through this period of time, and needless to say, board meetings and leadership meetings all done virtually. So I would say that we could have picked up a 1,000-page handbook of practices in MTR, and we could have easily thrown it out of the window, and still yet have come out at the better side of how to run organizations. So I think old ideas are there to be given up, and new ideas are there to be embraced. I think that's one of our biggest learnings out of this entire thing.
Very well said. Old ideas are there to be given up and new ideas are there to be embraced. Really like it. I think we've all surprised ourselves in many ways in terms of things that we thought could never been done from online, from working remotely at scale to virtual onboarding to even learning. And even we have these discover your work purpose workshops, which are so personal and always appreciated face to face. We've even taken those offline, or being able to do them virtually. But the one thing that I think I feel really, really skeptical about is that while everything can be done distributed and remote, is it really possible to preserve the culture of an organization if you never see one another? And I want to address sort of a question in this sphere to you, Sanjay and Rajesh, because in the industries in which you both operate, whether it's apparel or foods, in every industry, but speaking specifically to yours, creativity and innovation are absolutely the heartbeat of driving business growth. Now, recognizing that there will be some kind of distributed form of workforce for time to come for most of our organizations, how will we preserve and encourage creativity and innovation when we are seeing less and less of each other? I'd like to start with you, Sanjay.
Well, you hit the nail right on one of the major topics as far as we are concerned. And I would put 2 reflections down on this. I think one is the fact that I realized during this pandemic that organizations and work is like water. It tends to find its ways. Okay, so creativity, while we have a very well established process around creativity, we have, a stage gate process where stage gate 1, stage gate 2, stage gate 3, and then we have, smaller teams who are working on innovations and all that. uh, on top of all that, MTR has always been known for its innovations. One of the things that we have always stood up for is innovations, and uh, that culture was very, very strongly embedded in this company. And as I said, water finds its way, so does creativity and innovation, and work finds its ways. So, laid on top of these processes, along with the tools, I think things found their ways. I think the marketing department, I must compliment my marketing department and the leadership in the marketing department to have been able to do consumer research. We started consumer research 2 weeks into the pandemic, and we tracked that consumer research up to 6 months into the pandemic, and we could see how the consumer needs were changing. And as the consumer needs were changing, we discovered 4 or 5 needs that we needed to work on, and those products were being worked upon. Obviously, there were restrictions. R&D was not allowed to go to the factory, so they had to work out of their own kitchens. They had to buy their own ingredients. Uh, Ours is food, so it's very easy to access everything, excepting certain other emulsifiers and other things that we needed. So we were able to organize things for our R&D people to be able to continuously work and develop products. So we were able to get insights. We were able to our innovation teams were able to work together. Cross-functional teams, the R&D was able to do product development, and we have been fairly good at. We've been able to launch quite a few products around some of the needs which were based out of what we got out of the consumer research. We launched minute rasam. You could make rasam in 1 minute. We launched dal oats. We launched minute meals because, again, once everyone's eating out was gone, people needed food, and we launched minute meals where it's a plastic tray with rice and curry, and you just put it in the microwave and heat and eat it. Some of these were able to do, and there are several more that we have developed which are going to be hitting the markets pretty soon. So this was very, very interesting to observe. And more over and above this, I think you touched upon the fact that culture. I think culture comes out of people, and we were able to see in fact, the situation actually brought the best out of our people, and they were able to be more entrepreneurial, and they were able to take greater risks. And I could see that the management team was enthusiastic to support those risks to allow them to launch some of these products. So I think it's been a pretty good run for us so far.
Great. And Rajesh?
So I would feel that these restrictions on physical movement, that itself has given birth to a lot of innovation and creativity. And I'll give you an example. See, for retail industry, for fashion industry specifically, buying and range planning are two of the most important elements when you start planning for a year in advance. For that purpose, my team used to go to Paris every year 3 to 4 times in a year. Now, because of this restriction on physical movement, there was no travel involved. So what they did is, through the digital world, through these kind of digital methods like Zoom or whatever, we could understand that range planning and buying on the virtual world itself. And that's how we started innovating on those platforms itself. But travel is one big thing that was a big block in our mind, that unless until you go and meet those guys personally. I'm not talking about only the range planning and buying, otherwise also. So for example, I used to go to my manufacturing plant at least 2 times a week. But then because of this physical movement restriction, we realized that there is no need to physically visit there. Now I do the meetings with my production team twice a week again, but only on virtual world. And earlier I used to, let's say, spend half a day on meeting. Now I spend only 1 hour with them, because everybody packs everything in that 1 hour so that it has become more efficient and more effective also. So these are the kind of innovations I think pandemic has really brought to the fore. One very important point is that when you're meeting physically and when you're meeting virtually, there is a difference in understanding the emotions of the other persons. Now, that is an art I think most of us have developed over a period, over this 3-4 months period. That now not only communicating, we also have been able to understand each other's emotions and respond accordingly. So these are the few things I think they've really played very well during this entire period of lockdown and post that also, where we have the physical restrictions of movement.
Very well said. Very well said. Srini, I'm going to come to you and ask you a different question. Clearly, we all agree that remote working is at scale is possible. Do you think, and all said and done, this is a time of adversity when people are being empathetic, flexible, understanding. But, when there is some kind of normalcy, for this to sustain, do you think there has been a real shift in leadership mindset on how they look at remote working? Typically in our culture, we've seen that FaceTime, presenteeism has been important to sort of being seen as part of high performance. Do you think leaders are going to really make this shift and assess and look at individuals differently?
Yeah, I think a great question, and this is going to be the $1 million topic of discussion. So my perspective on this is that for Procter & Gamble, the shift seems to be relatively easy, and I'll provide the perspective. We've always been in a high-performing organization culture, and that's what we have always driven from the day one, where we always look at respect, learning, and growth. And mutually working together to get the best are some of the key principles we have used. Of course, this pandemic has accelerated the journey, if you might call it, to get everybody to perform at their best, to ensure they are striving to, achieve their goals that they have been given. So I think that's going to be the fundamental change we will look at as to how to enable the high-performing organization, at its peak. Just for an example, during the lockdown and when we were kind of opening up our plants, as we also produce some of the essential products, certain states had their restrictions of their borders, and hence a lot of our managerial workforce could not cross the borders to reach the plant. So therefore, we had to start the plant with only our technicians, and the industry word is workmen. We had started the plant only with our workmen starting the lines, following all the procedures. And it took us almost a couple of days before the managers could come in. So that's a clear example of how, we have the culture, we have the elements, and how this has really evolved to make it much more stronger. On the other element, we always felt that we had to engage the organizations, and organization comes and we have to engage. The other example is we created the entire engagement program to be virtual. Instead of having that in the office, we brought these engagement programs to individual homes, which is the Stay Connected program, where we had people, we're running sessions for kids every day from 5 to 6 during the pandemic beginning time when the schools were not there, to ensure that, the moms and the dads are able to get a 1 hour breather. So the kids are engaged in, some puppet making show, storytelling, and they could do anything, right? So the kids were engaged and occupied because the schools were not there, creches were closed. And this also, we kind of, brought it back to the community through our Pampers YouTube page, so that we did some 50 sessions in 3 months to get an organic 200,000, clicks on the YouTube. So that way, I think it's about some fundamentals are still there. For us, it has got just accelerated, and some of them we have changed the way we do things.
Great. I think as we come to sort of wrapping this up, I want to ask all of you this question, which I think has often been asked, but I think is really an important one to get your perspectives on. If you had if you were to crystal ball gaze, what do you think is going to happen in a post-COVID world? what do you think work and life will look like at people in your organization? So I'm just throwing it open, and anyone can go first.
My answer is going to be very simple. So, sorry, Rajesh, you were going first.
Yeah, please,
So
please,
go ahead,
please,
Srini. Go ahead, Srini.
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
I think it's a great opportunity to apply growth mindset, right? So this has taught us so many new things. So get the best and then ensure that we are able to apply best of the both worlds, right? So that's my one-line answer.
Great.
So I would say that, see, for us at Lacoste, life is a beautiful sport. We believe that life must continue and it should continue in a beautiful way, in a sporty way. My net takeaways from this pandemic is that life is full of surprises. One has to, I think all of us have become more conscious about the health and the safety. Second, very, very important aspect is the resilience. Irrespective of whatever happens, you have to bounce back and you have to stay firm on your ground. These are a few things, I think these are net takeaways that I would say we have taken from this pandemic.
Uh, so there are perils of speaking last when everyone tells all your points. But I think in my mind, I think there is no blueprint for success in a VUCA environment. I think we are living in an environment. This pandemic has been a little bit of extraordinary VUCA, I would say. But in general also, I think what we see in the world is 1 year from another year is becoming extremely unpredictable. So when COVID gets over, I think life will not go back to normal. I think things have changed. We do expect to come out of this certainly thinking about how we're going to leverage digital technology better. Better in the sense in all aspects, not just in your ability to run business, but also in terms of how can it improve the employees' work-life balance and overall sense. I can go even more drastic by saying that we will probably move away from over a longer period of time, move away from the belief that proximity drives productivity to the belief that jobs are, I mean, people come to office and think that they're getting paid for time. I think we will shift that belief from being paid for time to being paid for work. And I think work is more important, results are more important. And therefore, I think what is going to be the biggest learning that you take out of this entire episode of the last 1 year, around 1 year, is going to be it's important to do things. It's important to trust your team. And it is important to believe as a leader in what you're doing. I think these basic 3 tenets are going to come out as strong leadership principles in the post-VUCA, in the post-COVID world, I would think.
Great. If sometimes I get asked this question, and I think that the one thing that as HR leaders and people leaders we have we see is that a lot of consumer trends are changing. So whether it's people at home or a contactless culture or the quest for clean living. And I just think that the boundaries between consumer trends and employee trends are going to get really merged. In fact, I believe that consumer trends today are going to be employee trends tomorrow, because if people are all at home, then for us to engage, we can't engage only with the employee. We have to engage with their families and look on that as the unit of engagement. Or as the contactless culture sort of pervades the society, we will have to design workplaces which are for minimal contact. But that's really my bit of crystal ball gazing, coming close to the end of time. But thank you very much for your rich insights. But if I were to really sum up what we got from listening from each of you, four or five points. The first is really that a lot of similar themes on the big problems that we've got to solve in terms of business continuity and uninterrupted supply to consumers and customers as they need our products has been a key priority. Need to prioritize what we sell, digital readiness for organizations, and the need to think long term and short term uncertainty. The second theme was around people, the fact that people's safety, health, well being, mood, and morale of engagement, enabling, finding ways to get people to be effective, building relationships and trust now more than ever has been top of the agenda for business leaders. Uh, a lot of optimism I heard from both our business leaders that the resourcefulness and creativity of people will come to the fore. I love the fact that MTR innovation is happening in kitchens of people, and that the restrictions themselves have allowed for more innovative ways to come to the fore. Like one of you said, the idea is the paradigms are meant to be changed and challenged. And finally, what you said about growth mindset, life is full of surprises, and that there is no blueprint of success. But I believe that it will take our collective ingenuity, creativity, and empathy, and we will together create a better business and a better future. So, with that, I actually think we have no time for questions, but I want to wrap up by thanking you. You've been great speakers, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anuradha.
Thank you.
You've
Thank you
been
very much.
great.
Thank you, Anuradha.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Are we still live?
I don't know. It looks like we are.
Yeah.
Chetan?
We are live now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the next session of the day, that is policy session, realizing the Atmanirbhar Bharat dream. We have eminent speakers on the panel today to be moderated by Mr. Sanjay Kumar, partner, Public Policy and Tax, Deloitte India. To take the session forward, we hand over to the moderator, Mr. Kumar. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Before the
I think Sanjay is not audible. Can anyone hear him?
No, I am not speaking. I am waiting for Dr. Subramaniam to join.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe Mr. Krishnamurthy is facing a little bit of a problem in getting on. Sanjay, I would request you to start the introductions and he'll join in. Otherwise, we can start the panel. At least Chetan can start talking.
So Honorable CA is having some difficulty in joining in, so he's just going to.
Do you want us to just go ahead and have a chat between Adarsh, Devendra, and myself? I mean, just igniting a conversation. Is that fine, Lena?
I think if he's going to take time, then yes, he should do that. Oh, it's easier. Cool.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, there was actually some problem in the link that was provided. Kept getting the response that the page is not found. So, am I audible?
You are, sir. Sanjay, sir, over to you.
Lena, you want to come in here? So Subramaniam is joined us.
Good evening, everyone. This is Ankit from FICCI. On behalf of FICCI, I would like to welcome Dr. Krishnamurthy Subramaniam, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India, to this session on Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I would request the Chief Economic Advisor to please deliver his keynote address. Requesting, sir, handing over the proceedings to you, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to share my thoughts on the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. Am I audible well?
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So, couple of important aspects that I want to focus on. I'm sure all of you would have noted with pleasure the kind of reforms that have been launched in the last few months. In particular, if you notice, India is the only country that utilized the opportunity provided by the current crisis to unleash the second generation reforms, if you will. And I call these second generation reforms because these are reforms that are focused on factor markets. If you look at the reforms that have happened since 1991, most of those reforms were primarily focused on product markets, including the reforms that were launched by the Vajpayee government as well. But now, when you look at the reforms that have been launched together with some of the previous ones like IBC, which is basically an attempt to reform the capital. Now, labor reforms, of course, labor is an important factor of production, and agriculture, which is another important factor, in the primary sector. So, when you take these into account, there is a very important, theme that underlying the push towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is primarily about relying on private sector enterprise, on the efficiency that private sector brings. All of you may have read the interview given by the Honorable Prime Minister in the Economic Times yesterday, where he's talked about that these reforms signal the intent of this government to rely on markets, and the signal that efficiency is primarily brought in by the private sector. So I think this is something which is really important to keep in mind, because when you think about the political economy of reforms in India, it's and I think that is very important to keep in mind to understand, what can lie ahead and what has really been done. Reforms in a democracy like India is essentially a jostle, the jostling between two sets of stakeholders. The beneficiaries who are a silent majority versus those that actually are have been benefiting from the status quo, a vocal minority. The costs to this vocal minority are immediate, and they can assess those costs very well because their status quo is going to get disturbed, and so the quote unquote rents that they were enjoying from status quo are essentially they know very well are going to be taken away. In contrast, the benefits to the to the silent majority is either oftentimes actually not very well known because it's such a large majority that does not participate as closely in the in the process, and many times these benefits also accrue over time. They don't come immediately. As a result, you have the opposition coming from those that are basically the vocal minority. So reforms, therefore, require strong political will to see those big benefits, to really benefit that silent majority, and the political will to also, take on the vocal minority and say that, the attempts and the policy of this country has to be towards benefiting the majority and those that actually oftentimes don't have as much of a voice. I think in that context, these reforms, when you see it, and you can take examples, the IBC, for instance, the honest promoter who's willing to, to pay the loans back versus typically a silent majority versus a category that was benefiting from, taking loans and not repaying. You take the labor reforms, again, actually 11% organized workforce that was benefiting from the way the labor markets were versus an 89% silent majority that was being deprived of the opportunity to participate in this in the labor market, in the organized labor market, or the farm bills, where again you actually, as you saw, the opposition has come primarily from two states, while the benefits are widespread, are more likely to be widespread across the country. So I think this is also a big signal from the government about its willingness to do what is economically right, and to do what is long run beneficial for the country. A second key aspect of the Atmanirbhar Bharat push, which is very important, the big idea is, when you look at countries that have grown out of their low middle income status, they've done it by generating a large middle class, by growing a significant proportion of their population out of the less privileged situation into a middle class which has disposable income and therefore has buying power. And that such large demand is then basically creates the opportunities for investment, it creates the opportunities for for products and services to be sold to this large section. Now, despite 30 years of liberalization, if you look at the way in which the products and services have been provided to the to the consumers in India, and to understand that, let's just sort of think about it as a pyramid, with the richest at the top of that pyramid and those that are less privileged at the the lower rungs of that pyramid. If you take that and you analyze the kind of products and services that have been used in the last 3 decades, those are primarily catered to the top 15-20% of that income pyramid, and that has involved companies focusing on margins. What I think about as a margin game, high margins that can actually be paid for by those with in the top of the pyramid. That's fine, and that's something which actually can certainly be useful in when the country actually was accelerating so far. But I think there's also space for another important model, which is the volume model, where products and services are generated for the entire income pyramid. Small margins, but catering to such a large scale, which is what is a comparative advantage that India provides. And hitherto, this opportunity has not been tapped into significantly, except for a couple of sectors which stand out as exceptions. Take FMCG, take microfinance, for instance. Both of these sectors are examples where the products and services have been, catered to the cash flow streams, the nature of that cash flow stream at the bottom of the pyramid. For instance, if you go to any place in the hinterland in India, you can buy a shampoo sachet for 2 rupees. And that's because those at the bottom of the pyramid, their incomes are typically either daily or weekly incomes, smaller incomes, but those that come, more frequently. And therefore, they can actually afford to buy the same product or service. But when the price point is over, that enables them to be able to buy that product or service compared to actually buying us a large shampoo bottle, which is what those with incomes that come monthly and in larger numbers can afford. Microfinance, similarly, if you look at it, the repayment schedules are typically weekly or bi-weekly, so that the cash flows stream is tailored to that product and service. I think that that idea of creating products and services for the entire pyramid, and not just for the top 15-20%, which is what hitherto has happened, is another key idea. This is basically a nudge to really try and push the corporates, those that are part of organizations like FICCI, in their boardrooms, to go and put on their creative hats and go and think about how do we basically utilize this, how do we come up with those products and services that really enables us to play that volume game, maybe at two segmented corporate strategy as well, one which is focused on hitherto products that are actually high margin yielding, but at the same time also a new set of products and services that that really taps into the large scale by catering the price points to the cash flow streams at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think that is it's a big opportunity that India has, and I think that's something that the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative is really focusing on. Final point on the Atmanirbhar Bharat push, which is important to understand, is the difference between what Atmanirbhar Bharat actually means and this idea that is this sort of old wine in new bottles, in particular stuff that has been done pre-91, is this basically the same thing in some sense. Here I think what we should do is to understand the difference between self-reliance, which is what Atmanirbhar actually means, versus self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency has this, you can think about this story of Robinson Crusoe caught in an island, going up coconut trees, catching coconuts and using that to barter for fish, and remaining self-sufficient in such a, doesn't need the outside world for such a barter or trade to happen. But self-reliance is very different from that, which is self-reliance can never happen without adequate capabilities. Show me a self-reliant individual and I will point to a competent, capable individual. Show me a self-reliant company, I will demonstrate a company that has capabilities, that has actually the competencies. And you all will acknowledge that whether it's individuals or companies, capabilities are never built in a vacuum. Capabilities are built only by competing with the best. And so the idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat is something that is not anathema to competition. It actually coexists with competition, and competing with the best to be able to create capabilities. That's what makes us self-reliant. But the idea of Atmanirbhar applies equally well to countries as well. and that can come about only with capabilities. I think the COVID, for instance, has demonstrated some of the limitations of pure markets. Markets work 90 to 95% of the time. I refer back to something that the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned as well about our reliance on markets. Markets don't necessarily work 100% of the time. If they did, there wouldn't have been any shortage of PPE kits, N95 masks, etc. If markets work perfectly well, there might have been some company that might have actually anticipated such a pandemic and would have built up stocks to be able to profit, in such an environment. That is not what happened. So it is important also for countries to have capabilities, and that's where the self-reliance built on capabilities and on competition thereby is really about. A nuance that comes about from here is that competition also means that you do not let a 5-year-old go and compete with a 21-year-old. None of us as parents would ever actually let that happen. Put a 5-year-old or 5-year-olds to go and compete with a 21-year-old adult. What that means then is that nurturing for a finite period of time, not indefinite, not treat as if the 5-year-old kid always remains a 5-year-old kid. No, for some period of time, nurture that kid so that that kid is capable enough to go and compete with the 21-year-olds, especially in a situation when those 21-year-olds actually are oftentimes funded in a state capitalistic model where factor inputs are subsidized so much. I think in that context, actually, it is important for some of the infants to be nurtured, but that is not protectionism. That is actually just paternal nurturing, which is something which is very important for fair competition to happen. So I think these are some of the key ideas that I wanted to share with you, from the Atmanirbhar Bharat perspective. I think that by far the most important is to actually enable India to tap into its comparative advantages, which is the large market, the large labor force that we have, to create demand by enhancing employment opportunities in both the primary and the secondary sector. So far our tertiary sector has done very well, but primary and secondary sectors are extremely important for employment opportunities to be generated. So that's the big idea that in my opinion, what really distinguishes Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative from what we've had in previous occasions. So let me stop there, and happy to hand over the mic back to the organizers.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Subramaniam. Unfortunately, there was some problem on my computer, and I was unable to join you in the beginning. So, there are many takeaways from what you just mentioned. One of the key things that you mentioned are the reforms and how well the government is moving on a very, very, a path which can lead to self-reliance with capability. The point that you mentioned, it's a very, very important aspect. At the same time, you have really set out the philosophy as well as the economics behind the Atmanirbhar, and that is very important for the companies because and the industry to look at, because it's not about that it is non-competition. It is not about that the reforms that addressed so far, it is going to be changed, but rather it is going to be enhanced. And we take that point very well. We have a panel of persons from the industry, and the panel is Mr. Devendra Chawla. He is the Managing Director and CEO of Spencer's Retail Limited and Nature's Basket Limited, and co-chair of FICCI Retail and Internal Trade Committee. The second panelist is, welcome Mr. Chawla. The second panelist is Mr. Chetan Krishnaswamy. He is the Vice President Public Policy and of Amazon. And the third panelist is, welcome Mr. Chetan. And the third panelist is Menon, Senior Vice President and Head Flipkart Wholesale and Walmart India. Welcome Mr. Menon. Let me start with the public policy person amongst the three. Before I jump onto the industry persons, let me ask you, Mr. Chetan, The Prime Minister's focus on Atmanirbharta, as you just heard from the Chief Economic Advisor, is basically a call that focuses on a lot of on creating an ecosystem in the country for manufacturing, and that's what the point was mentioned by the Chief Economic Advisor. What is your thinking? What do you take from there, as well as what is your thinking from an industry perspective, Mr. Chetan?
Hey, thanks a lot, and great to be here. And first of all, let me clearly mention that the public policy person is going to pale in comparison to Dr. Subramaniam's extremely eloquent exposition. And he was absolutely fantastic there and provided us with all the dimensions that Atmanirbhar actually means. So that was wonderful, sir. So he very clearly mentioned, and we heard it straight from the horse's mouth. It's not just about manufacturing, first of all. It's all about self-reliance, undoubtedly, as the name says it all. But in addition to that, it also means that as a country, you can't remain completely insular, or you can't remain cut off from international markets, from the global supply chain. That is a given. And also, as he very beautifully put, it is a jostle between the silent majority and the vocal minority, right? So that conundrum will continue to remain. On how to balance that will continue to remain, and a big challenge for the government and policymakers. And if you look, overseas, if you focus on all the trade agreements that we have had, and over the years, I read that it's been about 10 FTAs, 6 preferential trade agreements. And a lot of times, I think we've just, blindly sort of rushed along a path. And perhaps this is a terrific juncture for us to, introspect, take stock of where things are headed, and perhaps balance out the, the sort of idiosyncrasies that sort of exist in these documents. And perhaps that is one, and the pandemic in many ways has been a catalyst, has been a driver for us to think through some of these challenges. We hear of how steel cannot be imported to some of the countries. Similarly, rubber. It could be rubber tires, for instance. There is a challenge there. So there are multiple pockets of problems and pain points that exist, and perhaps it's time for the government and for people like Dr. Subramaniam to look at it in an extremely phased, analytical manner, and arrive at solutions that might hold us in good stead over a period of time. And clearly, there's no getting away from being an integral part of the global supply chain. But then, as he mentioned, there is also a domestic challenge. He referred to the agri reforms, which, apart from 2 states, by and large has been a sort of a welcome set of reforms in the sector, which overall, over a period of time, is going to enable farmers really, get what they deserve by way of prices. In addition to that, he also touched upon the labor aspect, and you have about 44 or 45 central labor laws. You have about 1,000 and odd sections there, and that is complexity in itself. And for the government now to single-mindedly collapse all of that into 4 codes, I think is commendable. 4 or 5, four codes. I think is commendable again. And these are initiatives that will really see us through in the long term. And specifically, focusing on e-commerce, Dr. Subramaniam did mention that there is a need for corporate boardrooms to take note of the tremendous amount of energy and animal spirits that exist in sort of rural India and the hinterlands. And obviously, it is it's central to our strategy. And in addition to that, to give you an interesting piece of statistic, of the 650,000 sellers on Amazon's marketplace, close to 50% come from the tier 2, tier 3 smaller towns of India. So there is a natural sort of dynamism that comes with it. And to end my response, it is Atmanirbharta, I think, is multidimensional. I think whoever has coined that term needs to be feted or felicitated, because it can mean anything. There is, you can perhaps write an extremely detailed treatise on the multifarious meanings and significance the term has. So I'll stop here and allow my colleagues, my friends Adarsh and Devendra to chime in too. Thank you.
Sure. Let me turn to Mr. Devendra Kavla. Devendra, you are the managing director of Spencer's and Nature Basket, as well as you are the co-chair of the Retail and Internal Trade Committee. I would want to hear from you the kind of industry perspective, and particularly on the manufacturing aspect, which the CA also mentioned, and is one of the key aspects of the Atmanirbharta is how do we increase our manufacturing. So let me ask you, let me lead you to that.
Thank you, Sanjay. And let me start from where Dr. Subramaniam left. I think the example of a 5-year-old and a 21-year-old could not have been explained better. And I think if you see raising a child to become an independent individual and to provide for the family eventually and society, and in a manner is very Atmanirbhar, and the whole example came out very beautifully. I firmly believe, and I'll for manufacturing your question, I think there's a great belief that an ecosystem is being formed, and more of it will be very supportive. And I think if an ecosystem is forming, all individual players, if you see individually, have a very limited area of influence, especially now in our kind of stores, whether you see in grocery, food, apparel, general merchandise, we deal with a lot of MSME. We have our own brands manufactured by hundreds of, even MSME players apart from the large vendors. And I think if you create an ecosystem, then the whole risk, learning, as well as capability can be shared when they come together. And it can't be denied that a solid base of manufacturing is a must for the country to reduce the dependence. And not too long back, two-thirds of our population depending on agriculture, and we used to be called an agri-economy. However, what we really need to aim at is to become a value-added manufacturing economy that involves high skill sets. And rather than just assembling industries like where we have advantages like electronics, e-vehicles, consumer durables, apparels, household goods, I think that presents an immediate opportunity. For the Indian economy to move forward, I think a journey of technology-led knowledge and innovation economy, there is a need for skilling. And the chief economic advisor also spoke of it, I think, which is capability building, reskilling and upskilling of our population, people, workforce, and to be able to participate in the global knowledge economy wherever they are, let's say in our case in India. I think there is inherent need for institutional building, increasing access to industry relevant skill training, decentralizing the skill development initiated by building capacity at the district and state level, and engaging industry players for industry relevant training. However, global competitiveness would come only with a well planned and properly executed component ecosystems, as I said, and a multi-tiered industry that would feed into the value chain. Automotive industry have an excellent example, and I tell you, in Gurgaon, if you see Maruti as an example, which comes to my mind since I saw that whole factory pan out. I think it's what you call a cluster development, that how one factory came and how slowly the other component manufacturers came in, set up around the vendor base, and how the whole area became like a manufacturing hub. And from only supplying to that one company, those component manufacturers now even export and supply within India and even export components to many global suppliers. I think in some of them must have started as MSME, but today would have become even large size. I think that's the power of an ecosystem. So I think a cluster approach that has been used very successfully has been used in Europe and even in China and in some parts of India. I think we are on the cusp of developing it. And I think building a world class manufacturing base is thus going to be a result of partnerships of all the ecosystem players, Sanjay, is what I'll say.
Thanks, Devendraji. Let me turn to another part of the question, and it is important one, because that is the aspirational India that we are looking at, and that is how India can be part of the global value chain and yet be Atmanirbhar. So let me turn to Mr. Adarsh Menon. How would you react to that? And in the case of, because the chief economic advisor did talk about the capability also. So I'm alluding to that. Or is your thought going somewhere else when I talk about the global value chain and Atmanirbhar? Mr. Adarsh Menon, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay, and good evening, everyone. And Dr. Subramaniam, thank you for kicking this off so very well. This pandemic has definitely brought to light the ability of digital companies to innovate, right, and respond with great agility to solve for unique local challenges and unlocking the power of digital transformation. Right now, Flipkart's push towards digital commerce, we believe, is a key catalyst and partner for MSMEs, because this technology and these digital tools will actually help them tap into both domestic as well as global supply chains. Now, if you see Flipkart Wholesale, right, which is a 2-month-old marketplace, it's built on the core value proposition of bringing prosperity to Indian kiranas and MSMEs. We source fashion products from MSMEs all across the country. The 29 best price stores, which are run by Walmart India and their app and their websites, sell more than 95% locally sourced merchandise across the 9 states that we operate in, right? Which help build the local seller ecosystem. Now, through technology adoption, digital commerce, MSMEs can modernize their go-to markets, streamline their payment mechanisms, and also seek business advice. We had seen this recent study by Cisco India that said that leveraging technology and digitization of small and medium enterprises could actually boost the country's GDP by over 160 to 216 billion dollars, right? And so the government's vision of transforming India to a manufacturing hub can be fulfilled very well by integrating MSMEs to domestic and global supply chains. And we think that technology is, sort of key to achieving this growth. If we aid MSMEs to expand into supply chains, this will increase their resilience and also help realize our dream of a self-reliant or an Atmanirbhar India, right? Now, bridging the digital divide for smaller towns, we believe, is also very important to make us more Atmanirbhar. For example, we've just concluded the recent Big Billion Days, where we saw that the e-commerce transaction share actually more than doubled during this event, right? Cities like Guntur, Amaravati, Rajamundry, these dominated the digital uptake. This shows that smaller towns are becoming very self-reliant via technology. For the Flipkart Wholesale app, we saw that more than half of our demand came from towns like Mysore, Meerut, Agra, Ghaziabad, Chandigarh, etc. We think using data analytics in business is a very good way to help MSMEs move up the ladder of success, right? Because data-driven insights helps them take very important strategic decisions. Not only can you shift your productivity from shifting from manual to automated processes, businesses will also see a significant shift in profitability, right? So big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all of this is being increasingly deployed in more businesses, creating breakthroughs and giving them simpler, digital solutions. Now, one great benefit that we see, from e-commerce and digital platforms is customer feedback and search trends. This helps identify market gaps and give new business opportunities, and includes also predicting, demand trends better, which helps kiranas and MSMEs then tailor their products or manage the inventory in such a way that they can better suit their customer needs. We saw a couple of very good examples immediately post the COVID outbreak, where small and medium-sized enterprises all across the country, Mr. Rahul Bajaj is an example, director of Sri Shakti Enterprises. He'd been selling kitchenware to our Walmart Best Price store for the last decade. Very quickly pivoted to manufacturing hands-free sanitizer dispensers, right, hand wash stations, at the time when the outbreak had just started. We helped him during this product building stage, we gave him insights on technical feasibility, commercial viability. I remember this lady, Mrs. Babita Gupta, Sarangi Creations, very small enterprise. She used to sell bed sheets and pillowcases to best price stores. She pivoted completely to selling cotton masks because she had surplus cloth at the factory and she was able to turn that around. Similarly, there was a ladder manufacturer who pivoted very quickly to building disinfectation tunnels and COVID testing booths and supplying into local hospitals, right? So largely, our connection with the retail ecosystem has helped several MSMEs become self-reliant and provided employment. The Riddhi program that Walmart runs, the Walmart Riddhi programs that aims to train over 50,000 MSMEs in aspects of business management, customer-centric strategies, best practices in workforce management, environmental sustainability, helps them tap domestic and global supply chains very well. The first digital training institute, which Mr. Nitin Gadkari had launched just a couple of days back, 27th of October, is targeted at textile MSMEs in the Panipat region. Now, these institutes will be expanded to several other clusters going forward. The Walmart Riddhi program helps Indian suppliers make products online and offline customers around the world. Not including but not limited to the global supply chains of Flipkart and Walmart. Now, that openness makes us very unique and can truly help create opportunities for those who participate. Right now, whether a supplier has ambitions domestically or around the globe, the Riddhi program gives them the tools they need, through interactive learning, virtual classrooms, one-to-one guidance, etc. Right? So these are just some of the things that we can do to achieve this sort of dream that we have.
Oh, no, thanks a lot. One thing I can definitely add at this point that I used to say that India is a supplier of digital technology to the entire globe as part of our IT and ITS. But today we are fast becoming a digital consumer. And that is one thing which is adoption of technology, which I really value. Let me turn to Mr. Chetan Krishnaswamy and ask him, while we are talking about the global value chain, how well prepared are we to take some of these initiatives? And the chief economic advisor did talk about the labor reform and did also talk about how the liquidity as well as the companies are which not had a very comfortable journey so far, but they are going through the IBPs, etc. How well are we, and where are we on this plan to link with the MSME industry? Mr. Chetan Krishnan.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. End of the day, as all of us are aware, there are some very, clearly there are inherent strengths that the country has, and again, Dr. Subramaniam brought out the difference between self-sufficiency and self-reliance, right? So, end of the day, there are certain extremely strong attributes that really make India what it is. And the endeavor is merely to sort of build on top of that and streamline things. Just to give you an example on, on our readiness to really be part of the global supply chain. In 2015, Amazon launched a program primarily meant for sort of consumer exports, right? So we have about 60,000 small medium enterprises that export to 200 countries through about 15 sort of platforms. Once again, it included a whole host, of disparate commodities and products. It could be, leather, small jewelry, organic products, edible products, etc., etc. And from 2015 to hit the first $1 billion mark, it took about 3 years, roughly. And from there on, about 16 months, slightly over 16 months, to hit a cumulative record of $2 billion, right? So, and the commitment that we have made is to, by 2025, ensure that we hit the 10 billion export mark. And that does look, possible and can very much be a reality. So, there are some innate strengths that exist, and a lot of times what it requires is a certain amount of push and galvanization by the government, which perhaps the Atmanirbharta movement will perhaps sort of enable, right? Um, even in the manufacturing segment, for instance, I think it's 20% GDP by 2025, going by a DPIIT paper. That is that's our objective and goal. And again, I think for the first time in 7 months, we are showing an upward trajectory in terms of in terms of manufacturing. And again, this has never happened, right? So we are slowly, steadily, it is happening, and the fact that countries like China, various other Southeast Asian hubs have obviously been impacted quite a bit, and large corporations are looking for avenues to sort of de-risk. And India obviously, provides a terrific destination for investments. And with Amazon primarily, the goal is to ensure that we are able to digitize 10 million small medium enterprises again by 2025 and create a million incremental jobs again by 2025. And in fact, we are quite sort of aggressively focused on those 3-4 objectives. And by virtue of the buoyancy that exists, we're bound to sort of hit those goals. And like Adarsh mentioned, there are multiple examples of small retailers, small businesses that have ready exports outside of the country, ready markets outside of the country. And they have and a lot of these products have come in for commendation, appreciation from extremely famous people. We go on to I can go on to list out a host of celebrities and businesses that really value some of these products coming in from the small enterprises. But what I'd like to end with is once again bring the spotlight to government policy making, which I think needs to first of all happen in an extremely transparent, consultative manner. And we are obviously heading in that direction. We've been doing that for some time. But the very fact that we have someone like Dr. Subramaniam here having an open dialogue with us, I think, is a clear sign of the times that we live in. But I think there needs to be constant dialogue when it comes to digitizing industry, when it comes to focusing on enablers and facilitators that would really help provide private enterprises the much needed sort of boost. Uh, Also, there could be a string of measures that the government could take to enable the shoring up of the SMEs' fortunes, right? And these have been spoken and reiterated across multiple fora. But the industry is clearly available. All that the government needs to do perhaps is mobilize us to target a few clusters, to look at it in an extremely simplistic fashion. And the one district, one product initiative that the DPIIT is talking about is perhaps an idea that that could hold us in extremely good stead going forward. So similarly, at the back end, you can ensure that logistics is streamlined. It enables sellers meet their efficiencies, ensure consumers get their due. So there are multiple suggestions that we can come in with, and obviously we would look forward to perhaps distilling all our thoughts and formally sending in our representation to the CEA. I'll
Sure.
stop here.
Thanks, Chetan. This was, and I do understand that infrastructure does add immensely to the GDP, almost like The IMF paper says about 1.5% in the first year, and then subsequent years less than that. But does add subsequently, and I think the government's focus is on that. Another point that you made about the exports, which is that coming back, it relates me to the Adam Smith that without exports the nation can never grow, and that point is very much there in the Atmanirbhar. And we'll, of course, have a word with the chief economic advisor towards the end of the conversation. But let me now turn to Devendra and ask him the same question, but with a little bit more emphasis on MSME, because I would want to understand from him how he would want to connect with the MSME industry, because I know for sure that MSME, without the development of the MSME, which is the kind of, I always say, terra firma, on which the industrial growth has to happen, and how he thinks that industry is presently moving on. And then after your Devendra, then I would want to hear from each of you. Will be your suggestions to the CA for the upcoming budget. So that is the second part. But first, the first thing, Devendra, your views on the connecting on the MSME and where the industry is.
Thank you, Sanjay, and I think even Chetan spoke. Every passing year, I think in retail we are dealing with more and more MSME than in the previous year. And as the conversation was going on, it just came to my mind that one of the biggest categories or within food processing or food industry, which is yet to pan out in India, and it's still small, is gourmet and organic foods, right? And we have a chain, Nature's Basket. And if you see, whether because of lack of size or because of the detailing it needs, it's actually done by small vendor partners or MSMEs right now. And some of them can go on to become very large companies. And if you see in each city, it's a very hyper local regional businesses, and the brands are becoming larger and larger. So I think MSMEs are definitely a critical requirement for retail business to grow or consumption to grow. And there are multiple categories of business where MSMEs play a very important role. At least in our business, or even from industrial perspective, I would say in food, apparel, as well as general merchandise. I think I fundamentally believe that big businesses or big business houses and companies, they have a responsibility to handhold MSMEs and be participative in the development. I think it is critical to enhance the capability dimension and even help them to gain scale. And I think if I have to say three main points which comes to my mind, Sanjay, one is hand-holding MSMEs beyond transactional support, which means technology know-how, specialized knowledge transfer. Second, I would say, is Indianizing of international products. We get a lot of international gourmet products which are coming into India. Consumption is really going through the roof. The bases are small, but the growths are very large, and in the coming year, it's going to be very large. That's an area of opportunity, our MSMEs, and they are there, by the way, but with the right hand-holding, right technology transfer of knowledge, I think some of the brands can become very large. So Indianizing the international product, supporting with knowledge to develop, let's say, for example, gourmet products, and bring scale in to these currently what we call niche business of the MSMEs, and support them in lower down the cost of production. As you buy more, whether it is your own brands or the brands of MSME, I think the cost of production comes down. And lastly, I'd say is working with regional players. I think India lives in region. We have a lot of regional brands. We have some brands which only sell in some states right now, and when they become of a certain size, then food can travel. And I think dealing with specialized products and take them to national level, since we are a national chain, and we use a concept in our company called Store as a platform. So I think engage deeply with the specialized farming practices products, such as I think right now in pandemic, if you see, one of the categories which has really grown and is currently by and large MSME is aquaponics and hydroponics. And I see so much development of this going forward. So I think we have the specific model at store level where we engage with the local players. And even this word now in India, the whole definition or meaning of the word local, the way we used to say the word local earlier, and now with the pride which we say, local, hyper local, or development of MSME, I think in allowing them access to lakhs and lakhs of consumers who shop with us with the consumer base through this strategy, I think will yield great dividends, Sanjay.
Thanks, Devendra. You really laid it out quite well that how the MSME could be, from the present level, how the value can be there, and definitely the whites are one reason why many of the food projects, particularly in the food processing sector, is not becoming indigenized. We need to move on to which is does not take. We have to look at the health issues also on the food sector. But let me come to Adarsh and ask him if he can give two suggestions, which we can take it to the CA, and CA can in turn deliberate on that for the, because this is a budget session, the CA without our own thought on this. So Adarsh, I start with you.
Yeah, an environment of collaboration is moving forward, right? So I think the government, through various missions like Make in India, Digital India, etc., has already shown us the path very well. And as responsible corporates, we are completely committed to supporting them through our locally developed technological prowess, and we can together sort of build an effective ecosystem where MSMEs can thrive, right? So the Flipkart Group and Walmart in India, already through our various programs, Samarth, Walmart Vriddhi, we are working to uplift MSMEs by enabling both capital access as well as market access for them. Now, we need to continue making efforts together to ensure that Indian MSMEs have, ease of doing business. That's very important. And need to continue making efforts to encourage using technology and online platforms for MSMEs, right? So I would just say that the way forward is an environment of collaboration, and there's already a lot of great work going there. Yeah, thank you, Sanjay.
Sanjay's
Sanjay, we lost you. Are you on mute, Sanjay?
Nothing. Sanjay's mic may have gone.
Sorry, Chetan. Sorry, for some reason it just got muted. My ask from you is two suggestions that you can give it to the finance ministry, or in particular to the CA, who can take it to the and deliberate on it subsequently.
Yeah, no, two areas where we are already doing considerable work is one in supporting women entrepreneurs. Products that that are created by women entrepreneurs, women self-help groups. I think will have a tremendous, acceptability and responsiveness, even when it comes to sort of exports, not just in the domestic arena. We have something called as Saheli, Amazon Saheli, that by virtue of multiple partnerships, about 30 odd partnerships, focuses on ensuring that these self-help groups create products, we handhold them, and ensure that we find suitable market for this segment. In addition to that, also young startups. There are some extremely novel products and offerings that they have. And if we can, again, have a dedicated program, and if the government can bring in the much needed scale, we call it as Launchpad, Amazon Launchpad. And the target audience, again, is in country as well as the 200 odd countries that I mentioned. And we've seen tremendous enterprise inventiveness in being able to really cater to the requirements of the global consumer. And
Sure.
I don't know whether you had the opportunity, sir, to sort of glean from the media the story about a gaming company called.
Chetan, can you be brief, because I think the time is running out and the organizers are pushing.
Sure. So it's a company which creates
Let me
puzzles.
turn to Devendra. And ask Devendra if you can give your thought on this.
No, Sanjay, so we have nothing to ask. I think we always, industries keeps asking, but I'd like to compliment. I think There's so many initiatives. I think now industry needs to do their bit, like whether it's Skill India, Make in India, Startup India, Reskilling India or Atmanirbhar. I think some fantastic initiatives are there, and the industry needs to do its part. So I would like to really compliment what is happening, and I just hope all of us together. Two most important thing is, I think innovation is very important for a country to start exporting, and second is product quality, something which as a country we can make better. But I think again, it's not something we can only ask the government to support. I think it's all of our responsibility. So that's it from my side.
That's a very important thought, what you just mentioned. Let me turn to the honorable guest, the chief economic advisor, and request him to give his concluding thoughts. You are on mute, sir. You are on mute, sir.
Yeah. Sanjay, thanks a lot. I've gleaned a lot of wonderful ideas from listening to this eminent panel. Let me share a couple of thoughts. Firstly, you were referring to Adam Smith. I would, like to actually bring some color to that. And this is based on the work that we did in the recent economic survey. Oftentimes this does not get written enough about, but there's work by research by Angus Maddison, who actually showed that he looked at global GDP and contributions of various countries to global GDP over the last 2,000 years. And something that he showed is startling. And by the way, this is not something. What I'm going to talk about is not a flight of fancy being indulged in by some right winger. The actual academic research that up until 1750 AD, which is 3/4 of known economic history, India accounted for more than 1/3 of global GDP consistently. Just to give you a comparison so that you actually sort of wrap your head around what is the extent of dominance. The reason I bring this up is to actually get to ideas which much predated Adam Smith. But before that, let's just understand the extent of dominance. The United States, which is recognized as a global economic superpower, has at its peak contributed about 15-16% of world GDP for half a century. So take these two facts, 16% of world's GDP, and yet being seen so much ahead of rest of for half a century. Put that against more than 33%, which is more than double of this, for 17.5 centuries. Now put that together and wrap your head around it, and you basically then figure out the extent of dominance. This is, by the way, this is not as I said, some Sone ki Chidiya story that is being talked about by a right winger. This is academic research showing the numbers being crunched and shown this. Why do I bring this up? Because such kind of dominance happens not by accident, but by design, but by big picture ideas, the kind that we are trying to actually bring now. And what really stood out there was the importance of trade, private enterprise, which Adam Smith called the invisible hand of markets, but the marriage of that with the hand of trust, which itself drew its vitality from our deep spiritual and cultural traditions. So that's what in as disparate literature as Arthashastra, which is read by a lot of arts in North India, written in Sanskrit, and down south, Tirukkural, for instance, written by Saint Tiruvalluvar in Tamil. As disparate literature as these have talked about ethical wealth creation by combining the hand of trust with the invisible hand of markets. So, I hope next time when you actually talk about economic ideas, you would remember this, and therefore actually also bring in, the native economic ideas that have existed, which led to dominance that is unparalleled in economic history. Second point that I actually would want to bring is to tie in some of the ideas that were mentioned by Devendra, Adarsh, and Chetan. Devendra, you talked about the automobile sector and the importance of value-added manufacturing. You're absolutely right, but I would give a little bit of different color to it, which is that the parallel I would say is, if we have to learn to run, you have to first learn to walk very well. And the same automobile sector, the example that you gave, it's actually started with assembling first. When Maruti came in, we were assembling, and then the integration and actually building of capability towards manufacturing the entire value chain happened. And that is something, to think that we will start manufacturing right from the get-go does not happen. So we have to actually, that has to be a long-run goal. I think in electronics and automobiles, we're already there. But in other sectors, it has to start with assembling, utilizing the large labor force we have, and then, let the other ancillary sectors and the subsidiary sectors mushroom around it, just the way in which automobiles happen. So I think this is very important. There's nothing wrong about, assembling, about actually letting that happen in a natural, growth process. I think a few other very good ideas that came about, which I want to mention, and actually I hope Vicky can take it to the other corporates, which is, I think the COVID pandemic now illustrates that factories can be set up possibly in really hinterlands. Why? Because earlier, without the kind of virtual meetings that are happening, if the administrator sitting, let's say, in Delhi or Bombay, had to travel to that hinterland, and that created its own inconvenience. But now with these virtual, he can talk to the factory manager, foreman, etc., actually virtually. And the reason this should be done is because labor costs, will be far lower, of course, in India itself, but within that, even adjusted for skill, and that skill can, of course, be upgraded, labor costs would be much lower. So competitive advantage is even higher. And, what possibly was a constraint, a binding constraint before COVID, now I think has shown that that is not a constraint. And this is something that I hope corporates can really utilize. Related to that second point, and I think Chetan, Adarsh, and Devendra mentioned about this, which is about mentoring. There's some very nice research from Stanford, which actually done on Indian MSMEs, which showed that simple things like teaching them inventory management, teaching them how to actually take care of safety, organizing the factory shop floor. These have significant impact on the productivity of the MSMEs. Very, very simple management techniques, which is operations management techniques, financial management techniques that can make a big, impact on productivity. And that is something which, large companies should be, using as part of its of their mentoring. And I think the last point on women, again, the COVID, pandemic has illustrated one of the reasons why labor force participation rate in India has been lower is because the women is typically entrusted with the responsibility of having to take care of the children and the elderly in at home. Now with the benefit of working from home, I think the ability for women to be able to work from home has increased significantly, even from a security perspective, etc. I think, therefore, this can be a big opportunity, and I hope companies like Amazon and each one of you really latch onto it and increase female labor force participation, which I think would be very, very good. In some sense, COVID has illustrated that what we thought may not have been possible has now been shown to be possible. As they say, necessity is the mother of invention. So I think that's something which the pandemic has really illustrated. I really love the way Devendra put it. Something which, having been on the other side, on the private sector, at least on the teaching side, which is that now India Inc. needs to actually respond. I think we've basically tried. We've enabled the labor laws and the reforms, etc. I think that sentiment I would really like a lot of you to reflect. There are enough and more opportunities for ethical wealth creation to be done in the Indian context. I think that kind of positivity that actually was reflected in the way Devendra put it is something that I would like to see widespread, in India Inc. And good luck to all of you to take such wonderful ideas and implement them.
Thanks, Dr. Krishnamurthy Subramaniam. It's very thoughtful to have summarized and put it in your own manner, and so identifying some of the key areas. And thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen, for having joined on this virtual webinar. And thanks to my panelists, Devendra, Chetan, and Adarsh. Thanks a lot for being being there and putting your point and ideas to the whole thing. And I'm sure there are many things which will come out. And one point that Devendra did highlight is about the industry has to do something. And thanks to my organizers, so who really put it together. And thanks to all and to the chief economic advisor. Thank you very much, sir. And thanks you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the penultimate session of Massmerize 2020. As part of our eminent speaker series, we have Professor P.K. Kannan. He's the Dean's Chair of Marketing Science at the Robert H. Smith School of Business and a distinguished scholar teacher at the University of Maryland. He has a PhD degree in Management Science and Marketing from Purdue, and previously has been on the Faculty of Information Systems and Faculty of Marketing at University of Arizona. Professor Kannan has received several grants from the National Science Foundation and other agencies for his work in the area that has been published in Marketing Science, Management Science, Journal of Marketing Research, and Journal of Marketing. Professor PK, as he's also called, has worked with Marriott International and Adobe on nutrition and big data related research. He's a scientific advisor for several marketing analytics firms in these areas. He teaches marketing analytics, CRM, digital marketing, and marketing models for the MBA and doctoral students. This is all very, very interesting space. It's a space we want to hear from him today, because it's also obviously the very hot space in the business and industry today. We at Deloitte do a lot of work in this space. So Professor Kannan, over to you. Look forward to hearing from you on these areas.
Thank you very much, Rajat, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to come here and talk to you guys. I have a small presentation that I put together. I'm going to share the screen now. So just let me know when you're able to see this. So what I have today is to give you a quick overview of my reflections as to what is happening in retail and what kind of implications it has for retail structure going forward, and taking into account all the developments that are going on with COVID and looking beyond COVID, what kind of developments you're going to have. Now, what we will focus on is quickly on what changes in consumer behavior has happened. We'll specifically focus on channel migration that has happened across all markets, and not only in India, but in US and China, changes in habits and product preferences. And we'll touch upon this, and then also look at what the implications are for firms who are trying to market to the consumers. Specifically, implications for acquisition, retention, and spending on brand and performance marketing, how this is going to develop, not only now, but also going forward. And then I'll spend quite a bit on the implications for longer term. What are the developments that are going on in digital omni-channel, especially with the last mile, and focus on the analytics that is also very important. That's going to determine how the winners are going to be selected from a lot of these competitors. And then we'll also look at the role empathy and employee social value and community support is going to play a role as we look at the future. Now, I'll start with a very simple figure of customer journey. Now, if you think about the customer journey that the consumers have to go through in all markets, you have ubiquitous connectivity now with with the devices that people have. And you have these large e-commerce platforms, search and social media platforms. And then you have the offline markets and the intermediaries that connect you to the markets, the retail channel. Now, if you look at customers are going through their different touch points across all these, and these things vary across the different segments that we have in the markets. Now, if you were to look at how consumers really trade off the channels, there are a few things that come to the fore. And these are things that really consumers take into account as they trade off between buying through different channels. And of course, this determines how their behavior is. And it will also determine which segments actually migrate online and which consumers like to stay offline. Now, if you look at product price, obviously it plays a big role. And one of the biggest thing that has really given an impetus to the channel migration is the search cost, the time, effort, convenience, and the experience that you can have using search channels, online channels. And the other thing that is an impediment to going online is a risk cost. And typically, when we talk about risk costs of different consumers, preventing them from going online is this idea of either they are not well educated and they don't have experience working with those channels. And sometimes for the products that they are buying, if it's a high income, a high value product, then they may have some performance risk, quality risk. And so those kinds of issues happen. And sometimes privacy risk comes into play. And that is happening in many of the markets, in advanced markets where privacy is becoming a very important element. And the last thing about risk cost was about personal. And personal was not a big risk before, but now in the COVID times, personal risk has emerged as a big issue in how consumers are doing channel trade-offs. And distribution costs are the other things, and the market access costs. And these are all things that play a role in how consumers really choose one channel versus the other. Now, if you look at, and this is from the Massmerize 2020 report, reboot report, and if you look at the recent, data that we have on how consumers are looking at different issues, you can see here, I'm concerned about my physical well-being and my concern about health of my family. Those are very big. 79% say yes, 84%. And whether you are feeling safe to go to store, it's about 50%. 57 is slightly improved. And then I'm concerned about making upcoming payments. I'm delaying large purchases. I'm concerned about losing my job. I feel safe going to a restaurant is very low. And you can see here that the personal risk that we talk about has really come to the fore. And that is one thing that is making people really change their buying behaviors, going from offline more towards online. Now, if you look at the data as far as channel migration across different segments, you see that here in the US, we find that about 65% of Gen Zs have started, going online. They have increased their purchases online. Millennials, who are in the age between 24 and 39, about 63. And this will, mirror very closely with the digital natives in India. They are doing the same thing. And then you have 40 to 55-year-old, not as much. And then the baby boomers beyond 55, about 47% have increased their channel migration, but still it's not as high as the other segments. Now, this particular pattern that you see is quite common across Europe, China, as well as in India. And what you find here is beyond COVID, what's going to happen? So if you look at people shopping for digitally for groceries, it is increased post-COVID, and this is the UK figure that I have. And then domestic travel, of course, has decreased. Going to movies, concerts, and events are decreasing. Going to the malls decreased tremendously. And so you can see here, many of the offline face-to-face interactions that are going to happen, even after COVID, it is going to really have some impact as to how people are going to behave. And this is the same issue in China too. This is the Chinese data. And you can see here that over time, this is the forecast between 2018 and 2023, that about 57% of all retail will be by online channels by 2023 in China. And so it is tremendously increasing from 30% towards 57%. And so these are, changes that are permanent. And, even after the COVID, we're going to see that there is going to be remnants of people's behavior, which is going to stick on. So there is going to be a change in customer habit. Now, the shock has come in. The shock is going to make people think twice about, going to the physical stores. And as a result of that, the usual shopping and consumption patterns are altered. And when that happens, they are open to, consumers are open to trying new brands and options. So there is an altered preferences. So if you take even myself, I'm sitting at home, not going to my school or office anymore. I used to go take my car and, swing by some of the coffee shops on the way to my school. Now that habit has completely changed because the overall situation and the way that we work has completely changed. And so all the stores and the retail stores that I used to patronize before, they don't get any share from me. And I'm now trying out new products because I'm close to a circumstance where I can order using my mobile, and I cannot just go out and do whatever I used to do before. So this is basically what we talk about in terms of changing habits. And this has had a tremendous impact. Consumers have reduced their spending in general, focusing only on essentials, especially during the COVID times. And essentials and smaller packs in Indian markets, as you saw, that when people are worried about the job situation and they want to really cut down on the spending, so smaller sizes happen. And for value products, so big sizes where they can get good value, then they go for that. And then discretionary product sales lag significantly even in the high income segments. Now, we did a study on some of the online retailers in China recently, and what we found interesting was even during the COVID times, beauty products were selling really very in a healthy fashion in China, and that was a surprise. And you would expect that people are not going out anymore. Why would they need beauty products? But it is a question of substitution of people's behavior. I mean, so they are sitting at home and they want to be enjoying themselves, and so beauty products are still being sold. And so you can see here that you need to be really looking at specific product categories to see what the impact is. Now, as the situation improves, online spending on non-essential is bouncing back, and there is going to be a pent-up demand for non-essentials and big purchases, people which are put off, then they're going to spending more on those kinds of items. And there was a interesting study that was done, and what they found was 75% of consumers who have tried a new shopping behavior during this time. Either they tried a new shopping method because of the shock, different brand, different retailer, store or website, private label or store brand, new digital shopping method. So you can see here that the shock has really put a lot of emphasis on people's behavior. And they actually, after the shock is gone, they still intend to continue on these new things that they have learned during this time. Now, what is the implication of all this for firms? Now, if you look at, profitability of a retailer or a brand, and I'm looking at customers' lifetime value. So the margin, so if I were to take customers' lifetime value, it is a margin that I get every visit that customer makes to my store, and take the retention into account, and the retention gives me a multiple of this margin times frequency. And then I have to subtract off my acquisition cost, the amount that I pay. Now, if I take overall things into account, now you can see here that margin may be the same, but the frequency of visits have really gone down. And we really don't know what is the impact on retention is. I mean, people have purchased my product day after day, without thinking about it. Now they don't have the option. And so there is going to be a tremendous shock to loyalty. All right, the repurchase rates and frequency is negatively impacted, especially for non-essential products. And then, like we talked about, customers changing habits and preferences have also impacted retention negatively. Now, people have, companies and firms have put a lot of money in getting people to keep buying their products, and now this is coming under tremendous risk. So there is a flux in the market, equilibrium is changing. But it has also given some opportunities for people to acquire new customers, right? The changing habits really make easy for some people who are online to become big winners. In the US market, for example, direct-to-consumer firms have been starting to do really well. Blue Apron, who send food through mail, Wayfair, online and delivered furniture to people, Peloton, Noom, exercise equipment, and so on. These are direct-to-consumer firms which have done really well during this time. And omni-channel firms like Target and Walmart, were able to weather the shock better than the smaller firms because they are already well prepared with their omni-channel options. Now, the challenge for those who have lost the customers is going to be how to win them back. And this is something that every firm has to really think about on their own product categories and markets to see how well they will be able to recoup all the customers that they have lost. Now, the other question for firms is where exactly to put the advertising dollars, which channel to go for. Now, I work with some of the hotels, and the hotels have completely stopped doing any performance marketing. Any advertising that they used to do is completely stopped because their clientele is completely dropped. Nobody's traveling. But they still continue doing brand marketing because you really still want these consumers to keep remembering you, remembering your brand. And so brand marketing using TV is still quite common, even if people are not really going to your hotels anymore or staying there anymore. So there is quite a bit of a difference in how people have used these different marketing, either the brand marketing and performance marketing. Now, DTC companies, on the other hand, have started putting a lot of money on performance marketing, reaching out to customers through online channels, making sure that they will buy through online means. So it really depends on which channels you are using as to how you're going to allocate the budget between brand and performance marketing. Now, if you look at media in India, the average time spent in media in India is TV is still a very big part in how you can reach the consumers. Right, in 2018, it was about 2 hours 43 minutes on an average. People watching TV. Digital was 121. Digital share is going up. It's going up faster than the TV, but TV is still going to be very strong. So even in the future, TV is going to be about 3 hours, whereas digital is going to be half of it. Now, given these figures, it is important to know, how you're going to be using the different media in order to ensure that either you're able to acquire the customers or send reminder ads so that they will go either online or offline and pick up the items that you're trying to sell to them. And it is important that this is taken into account, trying to decide how you want to do brand versus performance marketing. Now, the next thing is about how do you want to build loyalty, right? And people are taking different methods, right? And this was a survey that was done by a firm called Merkle here. And what they find is that 50% of the respondents are trying new marketing technologies or features. Now, the examples would be things like social channel. Can I use social channel? Can I use influencers in order to sell my goods? Even though my stores are closed, would I have influencers really pitch my products in social channels so that I can then send them directly, ship it directly to them, the last mile, right? So they're trying new marketing technologies and features in order to come up with some creative ways of doing this. There's a Dutch company, it's a well-known company selling fashion goods in China. Their stores were all closed. So the luxury items that they used to sell, they started pitching it through influencers. And they used that and used direct delivery to the people. And they were pretty successful. It's not that they got 100% of their store sales back, but they were still able to run their business without having to shut down everything. And the other interesting thing is becoming more customer-centric in marketing messages. And this is something taking into account being very empathetic about customers' current situation and trying to help them in whatever way they can in order to, making sure that the customers are put right in the center. And then developing new transaction fulfillment capabilities. And this is the last mile. Many of the companies which were already thinking of doing omni-channel were in good shape, and they were able to do this very nicely. But there were also some interesting ways in which in many markets, especially in Brazil, there are examples of how they are using local retailers as stocking points in order to provide. So, you can use mobile and try to, order online, but they are using the local retailers who generally don't, stock their products, but they are using them in the meanwhile as stocking places where people can go and pick up the stuff, right? So the last mile solution it's a tougher solution to solve, but they have been able to do that by using some creative ways. And so in every market, you have different ways in which you can go, use a combination of mobile, use the existing, existing capabilities and infrastructure that you have, and then try in creative ways to use that in order to reach the market. Now, strategies for the longer term. What is going to happen to the longer term is omnichannel is obviously big now. Both the Walmart and Target were quite ready because they were worried about Amazon, and they were able to really meet customer needs here in the US, and they've done exceedingly well in the third quarter. And so they were pretty good because they were able to design and define the customer journey very well as compared to many of the other people who were kind of left behind, especially the other retailers. Now, what is going to be the strategy for the last mile? This is going to really be very, very important in the post-COVID era. Now, what Amazon has done in this market is they have bought up a lot of these empty malls. As you know, e-commerce really developed. Most of the malls here have gone out of business, so they have bought up all these empty malls to use as warehouses and fulfillment centers. And these are all very close to the population, centers. And so what they are trying to do is to set up these malls and reach the customers very quickly using small trucks. Post-pandemic, what they're doing is they are buying up the bankrupt retail stores also. So a lot of stores have gone bankrupt here after the pandemic. Many of the Nordstrom, Neiman Marcus has gone bankrupt. So they have bought up all these bankrupts in the empty stores and using it as mini warehouses. Now, of course, this is going to have very bad impact on the local retailers who are, who are in the mall and who are also buying for the same market. And what the local retailers are doing is they are migrating to the platform themselves. So they are becoming third-party sellers on Amazon rather than compete with them. So they try to use Amazon as a platform. So what is happening here is that the bigger platforms are becoming bigger. And now, whether this same things would happen in other markets is a question mark, because it might be different in terms of how the last mile is designed in the different markets. But in the Indian market, the role of network of smaller retailers and the role they could play is tremendous. In Mexico, for example, many of the smaller retailers have been given a lot of support by World Bank and local governments in order to them to have product management done within their stores, improve their retail settings so that they will be able to survive. And so the same things could be applied in other markets. So, you want to really get these smaller retailers into your network, either to stock your products or to, be a retail sellers. But the last mile is going to be very important. And even in very small markets, they could have people, using bicycles and other means to deliver things to very small markets. So making inroads into these smaller markets, logistically speaking, these smaller retailers can play a big role. And this is what we are seeing in some of the developing countries in South America. Now, the focus is going to be on analytics. Here in the US, it's all advertising will be digitally driven by machine learning and AI within the next 5 years. So, there's hardly any touch. People are going to really not make any decisions themselves, and everything is left to these algorithms. And what is important here is rapid test and learn. And so to the extent that you are able to bring in mobile technology and other kinds of means, digital technologies to help in the last mile or in fulfilling the products, fulfillment functions, you can get lots of data. And this data is something that you can use in order to do what is we call rapid test and learn, because situations are changing very fast. And you have to have this data, and then you have to do rapid test and learn, which means you should develop your models based on the data that you have, but then you should be able to improve that model quickly, structurally improve these models with new data coming in. And there are some wonderful new analytic techniques that are available now in order to do this kinds of things, which means you really don't have to have large amounts of data. You can develop your model and then calibrate it using existing data. But as things change, these models adapt themselves to the new data that comes in and provides you with interesting insights as to how to go about either personalizing customer journey, or which markets to target, where exactly is demand picking up, and so on. And from this viewpoint, the role of mobile devices based solutions in India for inventory and product management within stores can really play a big role. And finally, we have to focus on the human side. And here, in the CMO survey that was done, 80% of the firms responded to observing that greater acknowledgement of companies' attempt to do good. So you really have to be, in the social value creation mode, in the CSR mode. Marketers cannot just do lip service of doing good, but they have to be increasingly involving themselves in employee welfare, local community building, and social value creation. And that is going to be a permanent feature going forward. And I think that is going to happen no matter which market retailers are going to be working in the future. So I'll stop at this particular point. And if you have any questions, we can discuss. Rajat, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kannan. Absolutely amazing. And obviously good to get a perspective from the US, especially with this whole talk about, how the big box retailers have coped up during the crisis, which has been, which gets missed out in the story. It seems only about e-commerce, but clearly the big box. And here also in India, we saw a similar thing. Here was not the big box. Here was the local kirana that did very well. People went back to their kiranas, and kiranas again become a very nice word. They've been actually supportive right through because they were allowed to be open. They were allowed to get products. And for most consumers, the kirana is where you do your top-up shopping every day. So instead of top-up, people were also doing their weekly buying and everything. But kiranas were really the stronghold, in addition to e-commerce, which did a fantastic job of fulfilling the gap as well.
Great.
So that was great. Any quick thoughts on how do you see, from the US perspective, how do you see technology enabling retail in India, and do you get a bit of perspective from there on how that will change here with the 10 million kiranas? How do you see that automation happening?
And the markets are very interesting to see that, what you talked about kiranas. The kiranas will play an important role because logistically speaking, the logistics here is very different, right? I mean, here you have large spaces that are available for stocking up new things. But in India, if you think about it, space is premium, especially close to the population centers. So it is a question of how we're going to use these small outlets, the small retail outlets, kiranas that you talk about, in a very creative way to reach out to the customer group. And they are very creative in bringing the last mile, filling the last mile gap, because they know the locality very well, the local markets very well. And I think
they know the consumer. They know the consumer. They have a good, sorry, go ahead.
They have to play a role, and I think it is going to be a very different model from what Amazon is doing here. Amazon is becoming bigger and bigger because the technology really helps them. I don't see the same thing happening in India because the kiranas will play a big role, and I think that's good for the community as well as for the local markets.
And do you see mom and pop trade coming back in the US as a result of this, or some other form of trade emerging, or will it be again a two-horse race between big box and e-commerce, where e-commerce seems to be winning, at least on the one hand, but on the other hand, I hear big box had overexpanded, and maybe needed to consolidate anyway.
That is right.
There were too many unprofitable stores, so maybe it's not all just stores closing, but it's mostly that inefficient stores are closed.
Right.
So how do you see that?
Even before COVID, the big box retailers were overbuilt, right? So they were closing even before the COVID, and COVID only just exacerbated, sort of hastened the whole thing. But in terms of the small and mom and pop shops that you're talking about, there is a lot of movement afoot in local communities to support them, right? And I said, this is what I said. Local communities have seen things changing in their neighborhood. There's a stores that used to be there and not there anymore. And so they have now become a lot of self-organized small groups within local communities trying to support these mom and pop stores. And also there is a little bit of an antitrust, there is a lot of this feeling here in the US because all the big tech firms are being taken to task in terms of the competitive, the competition being really, not there anymore because of the big techs taking everything away. So the antitrust movement against this big tech is actually going to help some of these smaller retailers. And I think, depending on who comes to as the president next, that may have some impact on whether some of these local community movements will become very strong.
No, that'll be fantastic. And I think we are seeing something similar here. Thank you, Professor Kannan. Fantastic session. Thank you also for making the time for us. Really appreciate it on behalf of Vicky, Deloitte, and the whole, all the teams. Really, really appreciate that. We will put up your slides on the Vicky website. So I'm sure people will reach out to you. Do put your contact there so that people can reach out to you as and when they need to. And I'll anyway speak to you over the next couple of weeks. But thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Rajat, and thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think I'm just going to wrap up the session. This was the penultimate session. Please, for all the people who have logged on, do log back on at 6:25 to hear Nick Craig speak. Nick Craig is the author of the leading of the book Leading from Purpose, as well as the co-author of the Harvard Business Review article From Purpose to Impact. He's the president and founder of the Core Leadership Institute, where he guides executives on the journey to discover and lead with purpose. He's working with organizations such as Ben & Jerry's, Heineken, ING, Lego, Unilever, and the United States Military Academy at West Point. So please do log back on at 6:25 to hear that session. Thank you very much, everybody, and stay safe. Take care.
We are live now.
Ajit, you're on mute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope all of you have enjoyed the magic of Massmerize 2020, which has showcased a brilliant lineup of speakers over the last few days. We are now at the last session of this year's conference, so hope all of you are ready for the grand finale. Our next speaker is someone whom I personally admire and have had the privilege to work with multiple times in the last decade. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce you to Mr. Nick Craig, author of the bestseller Leading from Purpose, as well as co-author of the Harvard Business Review article From Purpose to Impact. He is the president and founder of the Core Leadership Institute, where he guides executives like all of us on the journey to discover and lead with purpose every single day. He's worked with multiple organizations, which include the likes of Heineken, ING Bank, Lego, the United States Military Academy at West Point, Unilever, and Hershey. Today, Nick is going to be sharing his insights with us on thriving versus surviving with purpose in challenging times. So go ahead, fasten your seatbelts, and enjoy an extremely relevant session for each one of us, especially in these uncertain times. So please join me in welcoming Nick Craig. Over to you, Nick.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so excited to be here with all of you. I'm looking forward to this time I get to spend with you, and I'm honored that this is the final piece. The gift I have for you also is that both Harjit and Anu Razdan are going to help me in this presentation. They are alumni of this journey that we've been on together, and I think that in some sense, it's what the three of us are going to be talking about is probably the most important thing. So I have some things I want to go into, but what I want to say to you is that my piece I'll do today is going to be in a couple of parts. One is I really want to talk about what is purpose and why does it matter in times like the times we're in now. Talk about a couple of examples. I'm going to be pulling in Harjit and Anu to help me in some of that. But then I have a piece and an exercise for all of you to do because I really want each of you to step into your gift, your purpose, and really start to think about what is it that you can do that's going to make a huge impact in how you lead moving forward from what we talk about today. So instead of this being simply a presentation, a speech, this is as much a journey that we're going to go on together today. Okay, so thank you. So I'm going to share a couple of slides. And so hopefully this will work. Okay, you guys can all see those? Yes? Super. So let me just work my screen so I can see you. Okay. So first of all, the journey that I've been on has been over the last 20 some odd years, and I'm fortunate enough to work with some of you who've actually are listening and participating in this experience. The book that I've written actually has an India edition, and Sanjeev Mehta did the foreword to it. And I'm just I just love anytime I have a chance to have conversation with him. He has a powerful purpose, and I think he's been living it for a long time. And his purpose is to make heroes out of ordinary mortals. And I think he's done a pretty good job of that. I think he got an award this week as well. But in some ways, the journey of leading from purpose for me is about the stories that each of these individuals tell. And so we're going to play with some of these stories as we go through this conversation today. Here's a quote for you. People who labor all their lives but have no purpose are wasting their time even when hard at work. people who labor all their lives but have no purpose, or wasting their time even when hard at work. Now, what that would suggest is that if you don't know your purpose, that this is not a good outcome. Now, what's interesting is this quote is about 2,000 years old. Marcus Aurelius was the emperor of Rome. So the idea of purpose and its importance has been around for a very, very, very long time. But it's interesting how all of a sudden now it's become popular. Now, here's my question for all of you. When you were a kid, when you were 6 or 7 years old, and adults came up to you, did any of them come up to you and say, so what do you think your purpose is? Anybody? Anu, did anybody come up to you and say that? No. What did they say? They say, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up, right? Okay. Now, what did you give them for answers? Think about it. What were the answers you gave when you were 6 or 7 years old? Lawyer, doctor, nurse, right? Whatever, fireman, policeman, you know, think about all those things. Now the question is where did you come up with these answers from, right? So for me, when I was growing up, I got these questions and I realized that the only place I could get an answer was from TV. And guess what was on TV? Star Trek. So now I noticed that being a Vulcan was probably not in my line of sight, so I gave that one up. I didn't think being a Scottish engineer was going to do me any good. I really didn't want to be a doctor, but I really was interested in being a starship captain. Okay, now you can imagine when I told people that what I wanted to be when I grew up was a starship captain, what their response was. Now this is during the time of NASA and going to the moon and space shuttles and stuff. So it was sort of possible to some degree to say yes, right? So would you like to know how well I did? I mean, you must really wonder, what did I actually make? You know, truth is, I actually achieved all my dreams. Okay, this is me wearing my Star Trek uniform. Now, here in the United States, it is Halloween this weekend, so it's appropriate to wear these outfits. I will be wearing this outfit this weekend on Halloween. So the closest I came in my life of my dream coming true was I got to wear a Star Trek outfit on Halloween. That's a long way from being a starship captain, isn't it? Now here's the challenge for all of us. Most of us spend our lives chasing after something that we think is going to make us into the person that we dream we will be. And the challenge is, just like this suit or this costume, is somebody gives it to us and at some level, someone takes it away or we grow out of it. But the challenge is we spend most of our lives chasing these things, whether it's the role or the title or the university or the company, whatever it happens to be. Now, I don't know about you, but some of the most weird conversations I ever have is with somebody who used to be a CEO. Because when you go out for dinner with them, after the main meal, what happens afterwards and what they spend their time talking about is how great it used to be when they were in the seat. But then the third or fourth time you have dinner with them, you realize the conversation doesn't change. So then you say, well, I don't know if I want to have dinner with this person anymore. So the challenge for all of us is most of what we chase after in life is fragile. And the world we live in right now, if it has not reinforced for you the level of fragility that the world is and most of the things that we have are, then I would love to know what you're doing. So here's the gift I have to give you. The one thing in your life that will never change, for which no one can give it to you, and no one can ever, ever take it away from you, is your purpose. It is the only thing that doesn't change. Now, how you express it, the strategies by which you fulfill it, the causes by which you manifest it will change over time. I hope you have many causes that you fulfill in your life, because we need to solve a lot of them very quickly. But how you go about doing those is your purpose. The unique way that you will save the whales or end hunger or poverty will be different than anyone else in the world will be, because that's your purpose. So in some sense, even now more than any time in history, knowing this becomes important, because all the institutions and all the strategies and all the models that have been working for so many decades or centuries or whatever the case may be are starting to look a little unpredictable right now. So this is where we stand. Now, my insight about this started about 10 years ago in 2007 when Bill George, who was my colleague at Harvard Business School, who was on the board of Goldman Sachs, ExxonMobil, and had been the CEO of Medtronic, was teaching a course to the MBAs on authentic leadership. And I was helping him try to figure out how to make the course work. And one of the things that we discovered was that we had to teach purpose, but it failed in the classroom. Okay, it was the worst evals of anything we were doing. And I basically had the job of fixing all the broken pieces. Now, I have a gift of design, and I applied it to this. And our first client of testing this out was the most difficult client you could ever have, which was 30 of the top 300 at GE. Now, back in 2007, GE still was the exemplar of everything that you think is a good leader. We now can see that maybe that may not have been true. But what was interesting was I got to work with them between 2007 and 2010. Oh, the stock went from 56 to 6 while I was there. I was very helpful. No, that's the Great Recession. Now, to be teaching a program through the Great Recession is probably the ultimate litmus test as to what works and what doesn't work. And what we discovered was when we had alumni coming back to the program in 2010, who had been in there in 2007, the participants would say, so what did you learn during this great collapse? And what's going to be useful to us in this course? And they would look at them and they'd say, most everything you're going to learn is not going to help you. They were like, well, that's not really helpful now, is it? But then they would look at me and they'd say, but this guy has got something that's going to be the one thing that you could actually use, your purpose. And the first time I heard it, I literally fell off my chair because I was like, what is he talking about? Well, this guy, turns out, was running a business. It was failing. And he realized he always had bonuses and stock options and things he could give people to motivate them. And he had none of those. The only thing he had to stand on was himself. And he realized the only thing he had that was him was his purpose. Well, his purpose is to be the whitewater raft guide who safely gets you to the other side. Now, when he was 21, he was a professional whitewater raft guide down the Colorado River, and he literally saved a number of people's lives because he kept them from drowning. So he really was this. And when he told his team, they said, listen, Jim, all those options and money, don't worry about it. We are here because of you. And let's turn this business around. And in 2010, he had turned around that business. And everybody in the room went, oh, we get what this is about. We get why purpose is important. Now, for me, that was my education because at the point in time, I didn't realize it. Now, since then, boy, that is the bottom line. Now, welcome to the show we live in today. You can add a lot of other pictures to this, but none of them are really the one. They're not any better than these. These are the, it's like you just add it up. I would say that this time we're in right now has been referred to as the great revealer. It reveals all the things that have been broken for a very long time that all of us could quite wonderfully ignore. No more. You could say that there's no time in the history of the world since World War II that we have not all been equally challenged to step up. And if we look at the World War II scenario, there were the people leading going into the war, and there was a completely different group of people who led us out. I believe the same is going to happen this time. I also know that if I look back then at the people that led us out, they were people like you and me. They were ordinary people who had a deeper sense of purpose, and they were able to thrive versus survive in the chaos that they found themselves. And in some ways, the opportunity for all of us is to find that part of us, because I believe that exists in every one of us. So the opportunity is to step fully into it. So, anybody know who this is? This is Einstein, yeah? Now, Einstein is a very famous guy. But what's funny is he's famous for something that none of us ever have any understanding about. None of us truly understand relativity. Now, if I put up Thomas Edison and I said light bulbs, you go, okay, I get the light bulbs. We have light bulbs. It's pretty obvious what he did. Or Henry Ford, we could look at a car and go, yep, I get what that is, and I get what he probably did. But this one is a little more complicated, isn't it? So what's interesting is there's a particular quote that is associated with him that I think is helpful and as powerful as his concept of relativity. And this one relates to you and me, and I think we can get our hands around it. He said, everybody's a genius. Now, when Einstein says that, he probably actually has a point of view of why he thinks that would be the case. But here's the rub. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, okay, you realizing this is a problem, it will live its whole life believing that it's stupid. Think about it. Here's the challenge. I've spent most of my life being a fish trying to climb a tree. The world, for the most part, is really good at telling us who we should be. And we get all kinds of 360s done on us, in which there's the first page that tells us how wonderful we are. And the second page tells us how much of an idiot we are. I'm sure some of you have seen these 360s, and you know that there's got to be 3 positive things and 3 negative things. And even if they have to make up the third negative thing, it's just like, oh my God, you are never going to get, there's never going to be a 360 that says, oh my God, you're just so amazing. We can't find anything that needs to be fixed, right? But you'll notice that all those directions that they are attempting to make you go in have nothing to do with who you are. They're not connected in any way. They're defined based on some external model that assesses what a successful person doing your role is. That is this invisible person that actually doesn't exist because nobody actually has all those skills. But if they put everybody together, they would come up with the overall list and say, well, they should have all of these things. And if anybody did have all of them, they probably aren't really good at the job because there's just too many plates they're trying to spin at the same time. And if I look at any of you, you're all a little weird. Every one of you is beautiful and unique. And you don't fit in any box, nor should you ever fit in any box. And what Einstein is really saying here is that when you finally know the gift of who you are, you no longer have to try to be what everybody else says you should be. And if you do that, you can truly become a genius. So in some ways, this is the gift of purpose. Purpose allows us to see the truth. Now, some people say, well, shit, does that mean I'm going to have to quit my job and go just feed the poor? I don't think so. Most of the executives I've worked with, and I've worked with thousands and thousands of them, realize that they only have one foot in their role and the other foot never was really fully in. And what would happen if they were both feet in? I had a guy who was running an emerging market, and we were working on what he was going to do based on his purpose. And he said, well, you know, my forecast shows 15% growth every year. I said, yeah, but you know, truth of the matter is that's boring for you, isn't it? He says, yeah, it's pretty boring. I says, what would really be exciting for you that would have you really finally show up? He says, 25%. I said, so he put it in his forecast, and his boss was like, no, you can't put it back at 15 because you know, 25, it's, you know, that's just going to make everybody crazy. He says, it's got to be 25 because I want to rip up the floorboards. I want to do this right. And I don't want to just skate along. He ended up getting 21%. He didn't get 25%. But if he'd set it for 15, he would have probably only gotten 15. He would have been staying bored, staying half asleep, and never really, really, really show up. But you know what? Purpose isn't interested in skating along. So what is purpose? Purpose is the unique gift that you bring to the world. It's not complicated. The challenge is most of us don't know the answer to this question. We know what we are relative to comparing ourselves to everybody else. We know what scores we got and whether we got an A or not. That doesn't define our uniqueness in any way. That defines how common we are with everybody else. Well, you are not common. And what's interesting about this is that if I took any of you and I was to replace you with someone equally as good looking and smart and engaging as you are, in your life, in your roles, in your company, they could do the job. There'd be no issue with their competency. And then 3 months later, I was to interview everyone and say, well, what do you most miss about this individual? The answer to that question would be your purpose, because that's the only thing that's really left, the unique thing. So if I think of each of you and I say, well, in your business, if you're not in the meeting, what doesn't get talked about and what doesn't get thought through, that's your purpose. Okay? If you hold a meeting, what is it that you're going to talk about that's going to be a different way of talking about the same topic as somebody else? That's your purpose. You know, it really is that thing that is yours. Okay? The challenge is that since we're in it, we don't usually see it. It needs others to help us see the gift that we really are. I just spent this week running our global program. We had a number of people from all over the world, including India. And for each one of them, it was this beautiful clarification as to what is that gift. Now, it's not like they haven't been living it. Purpose is independent of your job, your company. You do it at home. You do it different ways at home than you do it at work. It's your legacy. It works in all contexts. And here's the beautiful thing about it. It's always been there. It's like, so it's not like we're saying, oh, we're going to install purpose for each of you. Let's see, what would be the right combination that we should give you? You know, we're not doing that. The beautiful thing is it's always been there, but if you don't know it, you can't own it. If you can't own it, you really can't lead from it. It just happens to sometimes show up. Look at your most proudest moments and when you've been most proud as a leader. If you think about some of those moments, when you saved the day, you turned around the business, you didn't fire that person, you kept the person that everybody else hated that then ended up being the one who had the biggest sales, and all those things that you've done. All of those are expressions of your purpose. But what's interesting is if I look at each of those examples, how you did it was unique. You didn't do it the same way anybody else did. You've got your gift. You're either your purpose has you listening in a different way, acting in a different way. For some of you, your purpose makes it where you are so amazing when all chaos breaks out. For others of you, you're silent and you create the stage that makes everybody else feel safe. For some of you, you let people connect to their heart and their soul in a way that they wouldn't otherwise. And others of you will see the solution to the problem that nobody else can see, and you can pull on it. You know, these are all examples of beautiful purposes. Each of you have one. The real question is, how do you access it consistently? Now, let me dispel some beliefs about purpose. Purpose is not required. When you love it, you're very good at it, you're paid well for it, and the world needs it. This is called being really lucky. Okay, now I really like it when this is all happening. Okay, like all of us, when this is all happening, we spend most of our life trying to get to this place, right? This is the good place. Okay, the challenge with it is it doesn't require purpose to be anywhere in the room, because this stuff is like, well, if you got this stuff, why do you need the other stuff, right? Here's where purpose is required, and this is also where it actually shows up. You resist it. You go, I don't think I want to do this. It's humbling. Okay, you do not look good at times. It is not the easy path. There's a quote from West Point that says, "May we have the strength to do the hard right over the easy wrong. And may we go for the full truth when the half truth could have easily be won." I believe everybody here would like to lead from that place, but it's an edgy place. Its purpose has you do it anyway. Okay. If you want to be happy, that's happy. The reason it's not called purpose is happy and purpose are two different things. Now, I do find that the people who are very purpose-driven, leaders who really lead from purpose, have a deeper sense of fulfillment than other people. And that deep fulfillment fills them with a sense of joy and completion that does not come with happiness. I can give you a Heineken and a pint of Ben & Jerry's, two of my clients, and also give you some Legos for your kids. And everyone will be happy. But you might have a hangover as a result of being very happy for too much, right? So happiness is something we all deserve. But you know, when you all have children, many of you have had kids and are having kids and still having kids. The research shows that one kid will make you not happy or not unhappy. 2 kids is guaranteed to make you far less happy than you would be if you didn't have the second one or more. Now, looking at the data, all parents say that's great, but you know, it was worth it because there's a deep sense of meaning with having kids that makes up for the sleepless nights, the worrying, the not knowing what they're doing as teenagers, the hoping they get into the right school, the dealing with the grades that they didn't get, and then trying to sit down with them and having the conversation, the smoking joints, all the things, the falling in love with the person that you think is an idiot, all those things, right? It's worth it. So all I'm saying is that the beauty is purpose is like choosing to have kids. You do it because for some reason, there's a bigger reason that you're doing it, and it ain't about happiness. So here's a group of people. One of them comes from India. I just finished reading Gandhi's autobiography. His Journey to Truth is what it's called. And it starts with him at the age of 13 getting married. And it's so poignant because you realize that as he's writing it from the age of about 40, that at 13 he truly had no idea what he was getting into. But his family was poor and they decided it was cheaper to just marry off all the boys all at the same time. You know, in the late 19th century, that's basically what you did. And as you read this book, and each chapter is about 2 pages, and it's his writing of his journey. It's probably one of the most beautiful books I've ever read about a man who has a deep sense of purpose, desire for the deeper truth. And what he did in South Africa and what he was willing to face. The second time he went to South Africa, he was almost lynched when he got off the boat. He was not treated well by the English during World War I. Okay, he wanted to be an ambulance driver and it got very complicated. He had a very challenging life when he went to India. But his belief in each individual and who they were, and his belief in his connection to spirit transcended all of those things. And we exist in some ways as a benefit of him and many other people who have chosen to live their purposes. So I think these are a beautiful example of some of those people that live that interesting, edgy version of purpose. Now, to be less serious, anybody know what this is? I don't think they have Jif peanut butter in India, no? Well, any of you who work for some of the companies that you work for, Jif peanut butter in the United States is sort of synonymous with being a kid. As a kid in the United States, what you have is you have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I don't know what the equivalent would be in India. Okay. Now here's the thing. So I'm in a program once, running it, and this guy walks up to me and I say, so what do you do? He looks at me, he says, you really want to know? He says, yeah. He says, let me show you my card. Well, he's the managing director of Jif Peanut Butter. Right? And I laugh because I tell him my story of my first peanut butter and jelly sandwich in my life was with Jif Peanut Butter. So I had this special connection to this product. Now I know many of you create a lot of products, and like when somebody comes up and tells you their kid's story, you're like, oh my God, it just makes your day, right? And I said to him, because we had just done a presentation, some of this, is that, you know, you see all those famous people, and it sort of makes you feel like, well, they deserve a really good purpose. Well, I want to tell you that my commitment to you is that you and everybody else that makes something like Jif Peanut Butter deserves a compelling, honorable, beautiful purpose, just like those other people. And actually making Jif Peanut Butter, given that it had such an impact for me when I was a kid, is just as important as any of those other things that people have done. Okay? Living your purpose allows you to do all kinds of things that don't have to be sexy, but they really actually touch people. And each of you work in companies where the products that you make have the possibility of truly touching people. But in some ways, it's about how you go about doing it that's more important than the outcome in many ways. Purpose is about how you go about the journey of being the managing director of Jif Peanut Butter. Now, story I'll tell you related to this is in the early 60s, when the US was doing the NASA trying to go to the moon, Kennedy decided to go to NASA headquarters. And he walks in with his whole group and the photographers, and they're walking down the hallway, and there's a janitor washing the floor. And he looks up and he sees Kennedy, and Kennedy sees him, and they both realize that this is going to be a photo op moment, and they got to figure out what they're going to do because this guy's just a janitor. So Kennedy looks at this guy and says, so what do you do around here? Now it is obvious to everybody looking at the janitor what he does around here. What do you think he says? He says, I'm helping put a man on the moon. I'm helping put a man on the moon. See, I believe that most of what you and I do every day is about as sexy as the janitor washing the floor. No better, no worse. I don't care how compelling your role is or your title and all the other stuff and how many people work for you, but if we look at a lot of the stuff you end up doing, it does not look any more sexy than washing the floor. Even more reason to know why you're doing it. Even more reason to know why you're doing it. Now, comes the fun part. What's the impact of purpose in these crazy times, right? Things have gone nuts out. Okay, I don't know about you, but back in February, I had all kinds of vacations planned and trips planned and things planned, and they are all gone. And you're not coming back anytime soon. So I want to talk a little bit about what's purpose's impact. Now, I'm going to be asking Harjeet and Anu to share. Raja, you can share as well. We'll see. But here's the thing. What I want to say to all of you is that having worked with a lot of leaders around the world in this period of time, I've been surprised by a couple of interesting things that I didn't expect. Here's a conversation I had with a woman who runs a big part of Lego in Europe. She says, you know, I'm scared that this crisis will be over too soon. I said, why? She says, well, because I've never gotten the Germans to do anything quickly, and now I get them to do stuff in weeks that otherwise they would spend years and years resisting. And if I just need another 9 months of this so I can really get all the changes done before they all wake up and realize that nothing's ever going to be the same again. And I laughed so hard because then I talked to this woman at Ben & Jerry's who runs all the franchises, and she says, you know, everything's bad. You know what the secret is? It's oh my amazing. I've gotten more things done in the last 2 months than in the last 5 years. The number of things that they resisted, that all of a sudden everybody's like falling all over each other to get this stuff done. is unbelievable. That does not negate some of the incredible, challenging scenarios of restaurants closed and not being able to open, and all the people who are destitute, and all the people who have nothing and who are struggling. I'm not saying anything that those things have not happened, but what I'm also saying to you is you are never, ever, ever going to have an opportunity like the one you have now to seize the day. The old system will not be coming back anytime soon. The new system has not been defined. This is the interim space in which things that are transformational show up that 20 years from now will be what people write the books about. And the question is are you going to seize the day and be one of those leaders? Or are you going to watch somebody else do it and go, you know, I had that idea as well. Damn, I should have actually done that. Well, now you got people's attention. Okay, I've set the bar really high for you, Harjeet and Anu. But Harjeet, would you be willing to share with people your purpose and why those wonderful, crazy words, and how purpose has been helpful to you during this time?
Yeah, Nick. So just for everyone, I worked with Nick on my purpose way back in 2014, and I'm happy to say that the purpose is as much relevant to me every single day as it was when we were putting it together. Of course, with a lot of help and inputs from Nick over nearly 5 days. So, okay, so I'm going to begin by just reading out my purpose statement and then talk a little bit about it. So my purpose is really to ignite an infectious winning spirit and ride high together. Now, we spent a lot of time choosing each one of these words uh, to ignite an infectious winning spirit and ride high together. So, firstly, I'm passionate about horses, and I'm an equestrian myself, and that's why you see the word riding high together as part of my purpose. And when we were really talking about building it, I remember Nick telling me, your purpose has to be who you are and what makes you distinctive. What's going to make you tick and what's going to get you out of bed every single day and give you a super high when you're living it. Now, for me, my love for horses and just the amazing feeling that comes when you're riding, and I'm also a short jumper, and that has influenced my leadership style, which is really about what I aspire to be, or my purpose that I aspire to live every day, is to be able to energize and make people believe that they can go higher and deliver outstanding results in tough and challenging environments. So, that's something we built in 2014. We've lived it over the years. What better than COVID to really bring this purpose into an accelerated mode, given the fact that we were finding ourselves in a tough and challenging environment that we couldn't have even dreamt about. So, if I were to break it up and to just move on to the next part of Nick's question, which is how did we really use or the impact of purpose during these challenging times? The first part about igniting, for me, the way we brought it out was how do we keep being on the path, right? And despite whatever's coming our way. In terms of the winning spirit allowed one to be innovative and creative. Everywhere around us, the supply chain systems were getting disrupted, go-to-market was getting disrupted, and it was really about how do you innovate, how do you be creative, how do you find different ways, more entrepreneurial, to really get the job done. And finally, the last bit about riding high together, I think it was really about people first, and it was really about ensuring how we protect and look after all our people during these times. And, this all was really about raising the bar So we really used it to drive some of the transformation agenda during this time. So that's how we've been, or I have been living my purpose during these times.
Thank you. Anu, how would you answer? What's your purpose? What are those crazy words and how have you applied it in this time? Nope, you're muted. You have to unmute yourself first.
Thanks, Nick. Hi, everybody. I also first started to think about my purpose 5 or 6 years ago. In fact, I think it happened to be in the same workshop that Harjeet and I first started thinking about our purpose, and then life took us in very different directions. My purpose is to spark magic between people, passion, and opportunity. And I want to do this for the business, for our country, and for each one of us. And actually, these words or this line means little, but I think the thought behind it is what's really stayed with me. And it took me many years to come to this line, which I thought sort of expressed what I wanted to say. And that's the first thing I wanted to say. It doesn't matter if you don't have it beautifully carved in a line or a sort of set of words that sound cool. It's the thought that has to feel genuine and it has to feel like you. So let me start by telling you the little story that drives me and my purpose every day. I believe that each of us has a capacity and capability that is more than we believe to be true. When I started my career 20 years ago, there was no way I could have even dreamt of being where I am today. I really believe that where I am today, personally, professionally, is the result of so much input that I got because of my experiences, the coaching, the mentoring, the confidence building. And so I think if somebody says that they're a self-made leader, it's the biggest myth. And therefore, I believe that my purpose is to give back what I've benefited from, which is to help every individual and team that I touch to be the best they can be. And if every individual is at their peak, then, there's nothing that can stop a business or an organization from winning. I'm very blessed because that purpose is very close to what I do every day, which is look after people and help people be their best in HUL. Going to the second question, which is what has been the impact of this purpose in these challenging times? First of all, I think it's a real privilege that I get to lead HR for HUL at a time, an organization that has cherished and nurtured me over so many years. And the fact that I can do something to support and help people thrive is my way of giving back, and I feel really privileged. I want to go back to what you started with, Nick, which was from surviving to thriving. And I think in the first part of the pandemic, it was really about getting everybody to survive, making sure that the basics of health, safety, protective gear was all in place. And I think that was the easy part, because just like your client in Lego, it's like pushing an open door. Never have leaders been so committed to the cause of people, their well-being. I think it's the second part of thriving, which really comes into play when we started to realize that this pandemic is here to stay. It's not going away. It's not an interruption, but it's going to disrupt the way and change the way we live. And that's where we've had to start to think about how will people change? What are their mindsets? What's the culture? What are the skills? And I think that's where my purpose has come to play. And it's not just me, because, the way we have seen our frontline heroes, our people in our factories who have put their own life at risk and gone to work the market every day. I don't think it's for money or a job security. I think there is something which comes from within. They may or may not call it that, but I really believe it's the pride and purpose that drives them. And so just so happy to share this with you.
So what I want all of you to do as you have listened to the two of these is just notice how, in some ways you could argue similar but completely different each of them are. in some ways, how purpose shows up is you can see it and you can feel it. Okay. Harjeet has a particular cadence to how he speaks and how he's speaking about what he's talking about, and so does Anu. It is very different. And at the same time, you can see that both of them are leaders that you'd want to follow. Okay. But there's a gift that each of them have, right? And so the power of their wording is the words themselves are like a title to a movie. It's the movie that matters. Okay, and I think, Anu, you just gave us a little bit of what the movie is, yeah? Which is really great to see. As always, anytime I work with you, I'm always like, oh my goodness, I just love it when she talks. Raja, anything you'd like to add to what you've been hearing or any questions?
No, I mean, I haven't had the chance or the privilege to work with you and develop a purpose. Always an interesting one. I think it changes with time as well. I think, and I've worked in FMCG. Now I'm working in consulting. Very different world.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was just writing it as they were speaking because I haven't had a chance to do this. But for me, I think it's mostly about make small everyday impact to the people I work with, whom I employ, my family and friends. I think being honest, transparent, and working with integrity. And I think this COVID has really given a chance to spend time thinking about some of this stuff, because in our day-to-day lives, we're just getting onto flights, and before you know it, you're in the next conversation. So there's been a good time to retrospect, introspect, look at a lot of the stuff, read a lot. So I think this is sort of a good chance for me to write this, and I'm going to actually put this up and work on it a bit. But that's what I came up with.
No, thank you very much. And what I say to all of us is, look, people aren't going to remember who you were before the COVID. They're not going to care. They are going to remember how you show up now. They'll remember it forever. So you have an opportunity to step up and step in to whatever that gift is. And I want to help you a little bit for each of you, because you're like, well, this is great, but I don't have the gift of having gone through this experience with like Anu and Harjeet have. And Rajay, you and I, everybody else is I want to help you now sort of grab onto something that you really can do something with and play with here right now. Now, if we look at the responses to challenging experiences, scientifically, there are 3 types of responses. So all hell breaks loose, and it has, and we all have experienced it. So one option is you basically give up. And you basically say, okay, it's awful, it's going to be terrible, oh my God, and you just sort of roll over and close the shades and just, that's it. Now, in some ways, we've seen some of that in the news in some places where people really have been in just a very bad place. Another response, and we've all done all of these, is you basically just try to get back to never again. And if I look at a lot of the world right now, a lot of the world is basically saying, how do we just give everybody the vaccine and we can just go back to the way it was before? We could argue that the way it was before was any good, okay? But there's this sort of, let's just get back, and it's a very defensive, protective orientation, okay? There's a third option. Third option, I think, is the one that Harjeet, you and Anu talked about, and Raja, you referenced. It's called transformation. So what happens in challenging times is that we begin to realize that all the assumptions and beliefs that we had really weren't true. They didn't work. We thought they worked, but everybody else was willing to believe they worked, even if they didn't work. But now we actually look and see the truth. And many people have said this time is the great revealer. It's showing us the truth about many things. In the United States, it's showing us about the race issues that we have, the discrepancy between the people who have and have-nots. It's showing everything is coming, the political craziness that's going on. And Raja, you were asking me at the beginning before we started, what do you think is going to happen with the election? Well, I will tell you one thing that will guarantee happen is it will all be on the table and you'll see all of it. It will not be hidden, and it is not going to be pretty. But the opportunity for transformation is always there. Transformation does not exist unless you break the old model. Unless you can't go back, you don't transform. I believe on the other side of this, how our businesses operate, how we operate. If we're in a consultancy, our ability to help people really reconfigure the system has gone up dramatically. Our opportunity is to step into that place of transformation. So this sounds, you can all say, well, this is great. I'll order a dish of transformation, right? It's really simple. I got 3 dishes, let's order that one, right? The question then becomes is, How do I help you right this minute choose and step into that place? Good news is I've got a set of questions I think that will really help you. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. I work with a lot of beautiful leaders around the world. And there's one question that I ask that always causes them to pause and stop and then they go, oh my gosh, that's the big question. And then we spend the next 6 months working on answering that question. At the end of it, they are living and leading from their purpose. Whether they know what their purpose is or not, they are 100% in the game. Are you ready? Yes. This is the question. What are the one or two things that only you can do? If we look at your title and your role and the position, coming with that is a set of responsibilities. You also have a set of capabilities of what you can do now that you're in a particular role, yes? What's interesting is that outside of keeping the seat warm, what really are you going to do that no one else is going to do? I mean, if you just get the same business results as the person that came before you, what did you leave? I have some people right now that are very lucky. They're at a Lego or a Ben & Jerry's and they're seeing 20% growth. And I go, well, that's interesting. But if your legacy is you happen to be in the right place at the right time and you're just a lucky guy in those roles, and that's what people will say for the rest of your life, is that a legacy that you would want? I don't think so. I don't think so. So what is it that you're going to do that no one else can do because no one else can see it? And if you do it, it may happen or it may not, but at least you will have given it a try. I think for every one of you, you must answer this question. What are the one or two things that only you can do? No one else can do it who has your skills and capabilities. They have the role, they have the title, but what do you see that is your way of seeing it, that if you make it so, it will change the course of what happens. And if you don't, then for the most part, you're keeping the seat warm for the next lucky guy or girl. And I don't think that's much fun. And right now, it matters more than any other time how you answer this question. Now, there's another part to this. I believe if I ask this question and each of you answer it, and I'm hoping that some of you are sitting thinking about this right now, the question then becomes is, well, let's say for most of you, you're actually working on it. The question that's the painful question is, well, how much time are you really spending on it? Every time I ask this question to a very senior leader, they know what the one or two things is. They never have a problem knowing what it is. But they're never spending more than 5% of their time on it. And what they need to be doing is spending 20% of their time on it. And all the other stuff that's taking up that other 15%, somebody else can do much better than them. But if they do the thing that is the one or two things that only they can do, and they spend 20% of their time doing it, they will be the leader that they have always wanted to be and that everybody else has always hoped would show up. And if they don't, it wasn't bad, but you know, it's not going to be the possibility of what you can be. You work from this place and you will be leading from your purpose. You don't need to know what the sexy words are, or you can come hang out with me. I'm happy for you to come do one of my programs and you'll figure out what this is. That's fine. We can do that. We can do that. But I actually did this exercise with the International Hershey team and said, listen, guys, what's the one or two things that only you guys can do that the rest of Hershey can't do? Okay. And when we finally figured out what it was pretty darn energizing. Yes, Hershey? You know, it goes for groups, it goes for an organization. I mean, every organization, what's the one or two things that only you can do that no other company can do? That is your differentiated value. And if you don't know what it is, then I promise you, you are in a commodity world in which it's all about price. Right? So this is our opportunity. This is our opportunity. Okay, so what I'd like to do is if there are some questions, I guess they type them in. If there are some questions, I'm happy to answer any questions or anything anybody wants to share. Raja, anything you would like to share? You've been kind of quiet, and I want to make sure you got a little time here today.
No. Perfect. This is very, very enlightening, and I'm sure if whoever's listening on, it's a very interesting session. It gives a great chance to introspect and also look at this stuff, especially the last bit about how much time you're spending on it. Very, very interesting. Thank you. Nothing more to add.
Okay. So, if there's no questions, go ahead.
Nick, I have a question for you.
Which
Do you
is?
think in these challenging times, more and more organizations are beginning to focus on finding their purpose? Are you seeing a shift at an organizational level?
Yeah, huge. I've got companies coming to me that I never ever thought would be saying, we want to do this for all top 6,000. And it's the big ones. I've got both of the big global beverage companies saying, I'm like, you guys have just like done it one at a time, please. And so it's just, I think people are realizing that the employees in these organizations, they need something that isn't the news. It's going to give them a sense of clarity and certainty as to where we're going. And so there's a deep desire for this that we're finding right now. So yes, so I would say we are busier than we have ever been. And we're doing it all virtually, which I would never have expected. And it's working, which is really a surprise to me, but it is. So there you go. So, yeah. Anything else?
Quick question from my side. Sorry, Anu, are you going to ask them?
Go ahead, Rajat.
I was just going to ask that, do you work with Big Four at all? Deloitte, etc. It'll be, I've not had a session, but it'll be interesting to see, some of this purpose discussion in consulting firms as well. Very different.
I think it would be really great. I know that some of them have been playing around with some of this stuff at an organizational level, but not at a leadership level. So for me, the challenge with organizational purpose by itself is great, but if you don't know what your purpose is, then how do you define your relationship to the organizational purpose? It becomes difficult to fully own it. Okay, so yeah, but I have not yet jumped into working with the Big Four.
But just one lead-on question from me. Sorry about that. I just thought, does drive for purpose impact ability to deliver profitability and all the other stuff that we are so driven by, sales, profitability, etc.? Is it sort of, do they work together well? Have you seen that, or is it sort of?
Well, the research in Harvard Business Review did a lot of research on this, shows that employees that work for companies that have a sense of purpose and leaders that have a sense of purpose work, their productivity, their engagement scores and everything else are about a double-digit improvement over those that do not. And if you take that and you add that up, you start to get some interesting outcomes. Now, it's interesting that right now, some of the companies I've ended up working with look like the Legos and the Ben & Jerry's and some of the others. And I don't have any clients I'm working with that aren't sitting and looking at enormous growth right now. Now, I picked them before the COVID. Okay.
Thank you.
And so I think that over time, if you look at companies who have a sense of purpose, that the brands have a sense of emotional connection to the customer. And especially during these times, what people are picking is products they have emotional connection to, right? Because people need to feel better. And many of them are from their childhood, because that's the only place that's as close to anything that has to do with purpose right now. Okay. And so when I look at Lego, for example, whose purpose is to create the builders of tomorrow, anybody I talk to, and I can talk to many of you guys, many of you here, it's like you can't buy enough of those things right this moment. And so give that safety to your kids. So it's really interesting how purpose is really driving a very active business scenario. Okay. If I look at banks, large banks, their reason is that the problem is no young people want to go work for a big bank anymore. Who wants to go work for a big bank? well, maybe if we can give you purpose, then it would be worth coming to work here. So I think there's a lot of interesting conversations that we're having around why this matters.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
I will say that if anybody's interested, they're welcome to join me on a journey in February. That's on the website. If you want to listen to some of my podcasts with some of the people I've worked with, and Sanjeev Mehta is one of the ones I'm going to be interviewing in the next couple of weeks as well. And I'll have a conversation with him around his journey and his purpose. You're more than welcome to check some of these things out and continue this journey. I find the truth of the matter is his purpose is something that's alive and it continues to be revealing the next chapter. And so as I figure that out, I'm happy to share it with all of you. So I want to thank you all for giving me this chance today. And I know this is at the end of your Friday, and I'm just deeply grateful that I get to spend this time with you.
Nick, on behalf of everyone at from India, at FICCI, and everyone who's on the line right now, just a very, very warm thank you for having this session. And like always, you've given us some food for thought, some things to introspect, and some homework to do. So that doesn't change. And I guess all of us are going to go back and ponder over those three questions. So thank you. This has been a very, very insightful session.
Thank you, Harjeet, Radha, and Anu for participating with me. You made the live journey together. That is really the difference that I was hoping to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Anu, thank you. Thank you, Rajat. And I'm just going to take this opportunity to also call. Okay, I'm just going to take this opportunity to call a close the 10th edition of FICCI's flagship event for retail, FMCG, and the e-commerce sector, Massmerize, which was held virtually, first ever virtual session from 28th to 30th October. We witnessed deliberations on wide-ranging topics like the FMCG, stimulating demand in the economy, digital supply chain, evolution of modern retail, amongst others. And we've seen participation of industry leaders from FMCG, retail, and e-commerce space, and eminent ministers and senior bureaucrats from the Indian government. I just want to give a big thank you to all the speakers, sponsors, and attendees of Massmerize 2020. I'm hopeful that the audience would have benefited from the discussions that have happened over the past 3 days. A big, big thank you, and see you all again next year. Good evening. Bye-bye. Namaste.
Thank you. Thanks, Harjeet. Thanks, everybody, Leena and team. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajat. Thank you, Harjeet.
Thank you.